welcome back to the Zoom room for another Lots of Letting Go live session. Nice to see both of you again. So we're going to just jump into today's daily quote. There's an email, some content we'll go through as normal, and then we'll have a look at today's lesson. Okay, so just give me a moment, getting the live stream going. And we'll start. Okay, so you can learn if you can read the quote for us. Is that big enough?
Well, do you know what? I've actually got the email up on my laptop. This is what's
Oh, great.
really, really weird. So
Hmm.
I can read what's on the email.
Yes, great. Yeah, read the headline quote for today.
There is no more self-contradictory concept than that of idle thoughts. What gives rise to the perception of a whole world can hardly be called idle. Every thought you have contributes to truth or to illusion. Either it extends the truth or it multiplies illusions. I've been doing some multiplying of illusions.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
it's a very pertinent quote, isn't it?
yeah.
So Yesha again emphasizes the power of our thoughts and reiterates that every thought is either a positive one that extends the truth or a negative one that multiplies illusions. Right. Today's lesson is there are no neutral thoughts. I have no neutral thoughts. It's either an egoic thought or it's a thought that's coming from truth, and there's no kind of in between. Quite hard to understand that to start with. But even a thought of I, subject, am cold, or I need a drink, or it's within the ego's construct. Still, all of those thoughts, are about either they confirm that you're a body and you have the separate identity in the body, or they transcend that. Or there's a thought that I'm actually more than this, and there's really nothing in between. So this idea leads nicely into the topic of the recorded discussion and meditation session I put in the email for you, where we talked about exactly, physical pain, illness, tiredness. This seems to happen a lot when people do the 6-week course. So we
Mm.
talked about how the ego belief in separation uses the body and bodily conditions such as sickness, fatigue, and pain to try to prove its apparent reality in our minds. When we're doing transformational practices like meditation and forgiveness or letting go, that's designed to loosen and ultimately undo the ego's grip in our minds, our lives is not going to like it at all. And one of its primary defense mechanisms is the body and the apparent conditions of the body, like sickness and physical pain, that seemingly make us feel separated, alone, fearful, and sorry for ourselves.
Yeah.
So it's to see that that's what the ego does. That's how it uses the body. And if you're experiencing any of that, then that's what's going on. It's a temptation to believe in a false identity that is then attached to the body, and it's seeming welfare. So we did a healing meditation and incorporated today's mind training lesson. I think I've put the meditation on the group as well. Yeah, there we go. So it's on the email as well. Click here to listen to and download a healing meditation. So that that may well help both of you. Breathing in and out through the nose. Definitely, it's designed to help you let go of these, whatever the
Are you feeling the same, Lynn? Are you also feeling a little of the ego?
Yeah. Especially today, because I've gone into a bit of fear with my. Right. I'll just tell you briefly that I'm moving out of home, where it's been my home for 7 years. So on top of everything else, I've gone into that a bit of place of fear. But I'm working on it. And so, but today I felt heady and I had an upset stomach and all, stuff.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah,
just,
I've had that for a few weeks,
lets me know I'm letting it affect me physically. So
it's a tricky one, because it's not for want of trying. It's getting that balance, because I am doing the meditation, but so many external things are challenging me, like you're having to leave your home. I've got a husband that needs great care. Various things are turning up. And then, of course, I got this flare-up of psoriasis. And it's all just getting thrown up there. And sometimes you get swept away with it. So
that's what I was saying to John earlier. It just feels like it's too much. But I'm guessing this is all coming up for us because we are on the course, and it does tend to bring more stuff up, doesn't it? So it makes sense, really.
Yeah, of course, yes. It's going to amplify it, yes. I guess I get what you're saying, yes. Yeah.
So John, sorry, Elaine. John, so where's that particular meditation? I'm just looking. Is it in the email somewhere?
Yeah, there you go. You just click or tap here.
I can't see that, can I? Hold on.
Download it.
If it's in the email, I'll find it.
You scroll down into the what was it? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph. Click or tap here to listen to and/or download a healing meditation.
Oh yeah, lovely. Okay.
Yeah, just click on that link and it'll open up. You can listen to it and you can download it. You just go save as on the right click on the page and say save as, and save it to your computer.
Yeah, I can't access it. I've just tried on the computer. It's really weird. It's like I can access my emails, but I can't access anything out of my emails. It's so odd. Very, very odd.
That is odd. I'll send you the link if you like.
I mean, I should be able to get it via my phone, the email in my phone, if you see what I mean, because I just clicked on the email on my laptop and that's what's not working. So, but I mean, if you've got a link to that meditation separately, that would be great, because that is one, like when I've got my migraines and stuff, I know I've looked for them before, and when I was feeling rough, and I couldn't find them because I was, stable.
There you go. It'll be on your phone now if you look on Telegram.
Okay, yeah.
Just send you the link. You can download it from that link to your phone.
But it is interesting. I don't know if you're the same, Lynn. The vacillation is driving me mad, because yesterday I was tip top. I was thinking, right, I'm ready to go, recovery, and then all of a sudden, whoosh, back on the vacillation again. It's just driving me mad.
Yeah, I do feel the same. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting somewhere, and I'm able to calm myself down again and get back to mindfulness. Exactly. And then it's like, punch in the gut. It's like, oh no,
absolutely. It's just so it's still very much in the vacillation, but
which is why it's a hero's journey. These challenges and difficulties come up, over and over. It's not a one-time affair. And then just
like
what it is, just when you think, well, I've got it kind of handled, I'm on top of it. Like, whoa, something else comes.
Here we go again. Yeah.
You go again. Okay, well, it's another round of letting go. Say round number 555 of the Holy Spirit.
Here we
go again.
Gosh, it's just,
but that's life. Because you've got
it
a
is
in your mind, and that that ego is very entrenched in the psyche,
and like today, all I could
well.
see was sickness. When I was when I was in the surgery, obviously you see sick people and they're all looking very sad, and and I just thought, crikey, this is a bit different to yesterday. So it's bizarre. Yeah. So funny enough, this lesson
that's
is
your
very
lesson for
appropriate.
today. The lesson for the day is, okay, you're going to have a lesson in sickness, and then you join, and then hang on, that's the topic. How perfect is
Certainly
that?
is today.
Talking about sickness and bodily conditions and attachment to them, and how the ego uses the body for its purposes. So there's the lesson for the day. So there's some kind of synchronicity in all of that. And that's how it works. You go, well, that's my lesson for today. Oh, and there's John. Great. So let's go back into share screen mode.
But it's the bit I struggle with is that I know that this is not the real me, this, tension and stress and blah, blah, blah. And yet it's just, at the moment, it's like a battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know it, and I'm now do your breathing, and I can get quiet for a little while, and whoosh, it's back again. So it's really, going through
difficult.
a phase. Yeah.
Hi, John.
Hi, Jono. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Yeah, welcome. We just sort of finished our expression and looking at the email. So we're going to go into the lesson just now. Anything to share, John?
Yeah, I listened to yesterday's recording actually on that section on judgment and the authority problem.
Yeah.
And actually, paragraph 6 struck me of interest, especially that sentence 3. Justice is a temporary expedient or an attempt to teach you the meaning of mercy.
Okay.
And I think what it's talking about here is right-minded decision-making in the illusion under difficult circumstances.
Let's have a look at it, shall we?
Yeah.
Share screen. So which paragraph?
Yeah, paragraph 6.
Yeah, if you want to read that.
Yeah. God offers only mercy. Pure formless awareness of perfect love offers only unconditional love. Your words should reflect only mercy because that is what you have received and that is what you give. My words should reflect only unconditional love because that is what I have received and that is what I should give. Justice is a temporary expedient or an attempt to teach you the meaning of mercy. Justice is a temporary aid or an attempt to teach me the meaning of unconditional love. It is judgmental only because you are capable of injustice. It is judgmental only because I am capable of injustice. When I was reading it and listening to the recording, there was a hanging judge. I think I mentioned it before, actually, in the 50s. His name's Christmas Humphreys, and he was one of the first proponents of Buddhism in the UK. He was a founding member of the Buddhist Society, but he was also a High Court judge, and he was a hanging judge. He actually sentenced Ruth Ellis to the gallows. The last woman to be hanged in England. And he had some controversial decisions. And he was, he had an incredible reputation. I mean, he was at the World War II trials in Japan. He did all sorts of outstanding things. But he was a Buddhist and a hanging judge.
Ruth
Bit of a
Ellis, I read
contradiction,
that.
eh?
Well, is this an example of right-mindedness in, as far as possible, in the illusion?
Justice is a temporary aid or attempt to teach me the meaning of unconditional love. It's judgmental only because I'm capable of injustice.
He had a reputation for being gentle, but he gave out some very stern decisions as well.
Yeah, so maybe he had a bit of inner conflict. On the one hand, he was like, I'm a Buddhist, but as we know, Buddhism is all about loving kindness and compassion to others, but then I'm condemning people to death for their sins.
Yeah.
Bit of a contradiction there, which is no doubt something that probably he would have felt. Okay, so my work, on the one hand, involves all of this just judgment, and then my Buddhist practice says that I should be loving and kind, and quite an interesting contradiction. And
well, could he have been guided within those circumstances to give the best result he could?
well, I'm not sure that Holy Spirit would ever condemn someone to death. It would be, I'm sure you
No,
could
but
ever was guided by the
but if your job is to make that judgment in a society where that would be expected,
well, but then that's another thought system, isn't it? The job, the expectation of society, and presumably he didn't have to hang them. He could have gone, well, okay, I'll give you a life sentence instead.
maybe, I don't know.
An option. So.
Yeah.
I don't know, but these kinds of contradictions between thought systems, seem to happen a lot in the ego's world, because there's there are two thought systems going on, and they don't reconcile.
But if you are
judgmental only because I'm capable of injustice, so
but
the
if
justice is the sorry.
If you align first of all with spirit,
and
then spirit says you must stern decision.
Well, would spirit be judgmental? Spirit doesn't condemn anyone. If it's truly the Holy Spirit, there is no condemnation in that. It says they made an error, that's all. Just a mistake. It's not worthy of punishment. Punishment is the ego's thought system. So I can't see how you could ever reconcile condemning someone to death with a thought system based on letting go of all sin and guilt. They don't really reconcile at all.
Well,
so he in a conflict.
I mean, this is an extreme situation, obviously. But I was thinking about that conversation the other day where this solicitor was recommended to us, and then it turned out that he'd been struck off for stealing client money, and albeit 4 or 5 years ago, which is not long. And your very good point was I should see him first of all in pureness and love, and then see where that takes me in terms of a decision. And and the decision may well be we're not going to use it, which we're not. Anyway, just my thoughts on.
There's a it's interesting. This is part of what makes this life difficult, because you need to have some discernment but they're not judge the person in any kind of way as being condemned, as being sinful or guilty. It's like, okay, well, the discernment's like, no, I'm not going to use their services, but I still see them as the Christ.
Yeah.
So there's two levels going on in your mind simultaneously, which is what this is all about. There's always the level of truth, which is absolute and unchanging, and then the level of form, what happens in this world is always perceptual and dualistic, and it's to translate the one level of absolute truth into the other of dualistic perception in a wise way, in a guided way. So okay, that is helpful for me and for others, and that's why it's an art. It's like there's no absolute. Who knows? Maybe the judge was guided. I would, my understanding of what the Holy Spirit is and what it does, it would be very unlikely that he would be guided to condemn someone to death. But one who knows? One can't absolutely say, because maybe there were other factors. Maybe that was the kindest thing to do for that person rather than incarcerating them for life. It's like it's very difficult to judge.
Yeah.
So the course is saying don't engage in it. Judgment of illusions is very dangerous to your mind. Rather just go into the Holy Spirit's right-minded judgment, which says none of it is true. So the judge and the situations and all these complexities that the ego invents in this world, none of that's ultimately true. It's just, the complexity of a thought system designed to obscure the simple truth that we are one, and there is only one awareness.
Yeah. Yeah.
I that's the right-minded judgment.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, I just kind of found it of interest because it kind of takes the teaching in and just tests it against a very practical, extreme situation. It doesn't test it. It kind of it tests my logic or tests my depth of understanding of it.
I think you can start seeing that these thought systems don't reconcile. We try and reconcile them, but they don't. You can never reconcile a thought system of sin and guilt and a judgment, say, the extreme of condemning someone to death, with a thought system that is forgiving and says, well, there is no sin and there's no guilt. So the person made a mistake, but that's all it is. It's a mistake. They're not worthy of any kind of condemnation. So the whole justice system, remember, is based on punishment. The idea you've done something, the sin and the guilt are real. Now you must be punished for it. And he's working within that system. So there's a contradiction in terms there. If he must have felt that, and if he was really authentic, he might have said, "I can't be a judge anymore. I've got to actually resign from this because it doesn't. I can't align my spiritual life with my work life because the nature of the job I'm doing is inherently judgmental." So he might have had that, but maybe his ego was still attached to the form. He hadn't quite got to the point where he was like, okay, I'm going to be fully integrated. And who knows? But those thought systems just don't reconcile.
Yeah,
sort of
it'd be interesting to be able to go back in time and interview such people.
Yeah, it would be. Maybe you can find some interviews or something and say, well, what is actually going on in your mind? And almost certainly he would have had some conflict.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, I'm a Buddhist and it's talking about loving kindness. If he was authentic in his Buddhist practice, then condemning someone to death and loving kindness don't really go hand in hand at all.
So that's the vacillation again, isn't it?
So two opposite thought systems that cannot be reconciled, which is really all Yeshua's trying to teach us. You can't make these work together. You must choose. It's one or the other. And the vacillations is just your own ego trying to convince you that it's right and the Holy Spirit's wrong. Pull you back into a thought system that is, well, it's very dark. It's very dark. It's designed to inflict pain and suffering and ultimately death on its adherents. And Yeshua's saying to us, well, why would you follow such a dark thought system? Does it really offer you anything? It may be the way the world works, because the world is the product of the ego, but do you want to listen to it? Do you want to live your life this way and believe in it? That's the question. Because all of these egoic structures, you don't have to buy into them. You don't have to believe in them. It's your choice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's just my thought from yesterday.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Okay. So let's go on to our lesson today, I think. Oh yeah, this David Hoffmeister. Did any of you watch the bonus talk by David on Mastery Through Love?
No, I didn't actually know.
No.
I clicked on it this morning but fell asleep. So I tried.
Okay. All
But
right.
it was too
Well,
early.
definitely worth listening. It was a particularly good one. I thought that's why I've included it. He talks about the difference between the egos and the Holy Spirit's thought system. How the ego insists on mastery through fear, which is the basis of all attempts to improve what we perceive as our separate selves and the world in which we think we live. So you assume that the self that you think you are is real, you assume the world is real, and then based on that assumption, you try and improve your life, you try and improve the world, which is really what humanity has done, and most people, and as a society, we've tried to make the illusion better. And so we've got all these inventions and technology and all this stuff to try and make what is really a disaster somehow better. And it doesn't seem to work. It doesn't matter what we do technologically. That doesn't eliminate pain and suffering and illness and sickness and death. Those are still very much part of the human experience. After all of our striving, none of our attempts to do it in our own way, mastery through fear, as he calls it, have worked. So the Holy Spirit's saying, okay, we'll give it up. See honestly that nothing you've ever done has really worked, and nothing humanity's done has ever worked. We've been at this for a long time. Civilization's been going for thousands of years, and yet, has it really fixed anything? Not really. We have technology that allows us to do things like this, and we've got cars and we've got houses and all of it. But fundamentally, has it really addressed the core issues, the core problems with this world? No. There's still pain, there's still suffering, there's still sickness, there's still death, and that's ongoing. So he's asking us to look at it and say, well, this attempt on mastery through fear doesn't work. We must. The only way is to truly let go of our separate self or ego and its attachment to this world. That's the only way out. Otherwise, you just compromising, trying to find a way to make your life in a dream world slightly better through inappropriate means, as he says, which just in the end won't work. So choose the Holy Spirit and its interpretation, and stop vacillating. The Holy Spirit, when he says none of this is real, you're in a dream, so none of it's true, and beyond this lies the truth of who you are, which is still in your mind, and it's still there if you want it. You can live in that experience of truth if you want it, irrespective of what's happening on the external, on the level of form. And your job then becomes to stay in that holy state, connected to spirit, no matter what seems to happen on the level of form. So yeah, good one. It's not that long. Let's just see how long it is. Click it. It's
If you can't manifest abundance, there are 3 simple reasons why not.
love
I
that.
see so many people getting this
3
wrong.
simple
They try
reasons.
to manifest abundance.
What an expansive
So that's
topic
46.
we have today.
Yeah, 46 minutes. So definitely worth a listen.
Yeah.
So that leads us into today's session. Oh, we're going to do some laughter yoga. You up for that?
Some more?
Yeah. Laughter yoga.
Oh,
That might be
God,
quite good,
no.
actually. Just to lighten
Yeah.
everything up.
I remember last year
Yeah, it was great fun.
you looked as though
Boring,
you were all on
but
drugs.
yeah. Did you do it, Elaine?
I think I just listened in.
Hmm.
And I chickened out again.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do it, shall we? Doesn't have to be half an hour, perhaps, but we'll
I'll
just
listen
do.
in, maybe. It's not appealing at all.
Hey. Well, it's just to stop laughing.
Is John
Yeah.
going to do it?
Nah.
We've just
Dunno.
got to fake it,
Yeah,
Lynn.
if you want to do it, I'm happy to do it, but
Just have to fake it.
I'll just go with the flow with it.
Go with the flow. Okay. So the idea of laughter is it's a great antidote to the seriousness of the ego. So you just kind of get a bit silly, and the more you do that, the more the laughter happens. So we'll just do a couple of exercises. So to start with, let me just
We have
record
to
this.
put our
section right
cameras
here.
on, do we? We've got to put the cameras on.
Yeah, ideally, you can see each other. It's very helpful to do that, because I'll just stop the share. Actually, it might be useful, and you can see me fully. Then you can actually you end up laughing at each other. So if you can put your camera on. Lynn said, I think you had a challenge with your camera, but you can put your camera on. That's great. So what we're going to do is, in between these little exercises, we're going to do this. Very good. Very good. Yay!
Oh, God, no.
Very good. Very good. Yay! Okay, so
Our release. That's our release. Yeah.
yeah, I did it.
I know.
It's,
Yeah.
it's,
Sorry.
it's
No,
the,
no.
it's the
I'm
modality.
being a
Yeah.
party pooper. Sorry. I'm being
Yeah.
a party pooper.
So just get into the spirit of go with it, and just kind of let the process bring some laughter, because I think things are quite serious for a lot of people at the moment, and the idea is just to lighten that up. So it's a letting go technique, really. So let's just do it together. Very good. Very good. Yay! Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yay! Okay, so just like start loosening up. So we're going to do that in between these little exercises. Yeah. You're going to get it. You're going to stand up in the exercises, and I'll sit down, because otherwise you won't be able to see me. We're going to start with just some breathing. So we've actually done this before. It's a great energizing technique, a little breath work technique as well. But it's part of this laughter yoga, because you look at each other and you go, okay, so push out twice, push your hands out, and then push your hands down. Right? We're going to do that for a couple of minutes, and just look at each other. And you probably find that you start laughing, because it's quite funny. So just let that laughter happen if it happens. Okay, so let's go. And then down, John. So two up, and then 2 down.
Oh, what, up like that and down like that?
What's John doing with his hands? So you push your hands out. No, your hands push out like this,
Right.
as you breathe out, and then you push them down towards the
Okay.
floor. Yeah.
Okay.
So and you just focus on the breathing out, not really focusing on the inhale. Just breathe out, and just keep doing that. And then, if you feel like laughing, just laugh because it's kind of funny to watch. And then a bit faster. A bit faster again. And a bit faster. And as fast as you can go.
Dave, do you want to come and do
I'm
this?
starting to get worried.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Very good.
Yay!
Very good. Yay.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Very good. Very good. Yay.
Okay, so you kind of got some idea of how it works. That, by the way, is a great little breathing technique. If you stand up, especially after a meditation, or if you're feeling low energy or you're drowsy, you just do that. Notice how you feel now. Kind of calm, but quite alert, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great state changer in 2 minutes. And if you do a bit of laughter along with it. So if there's someone with you, you can just stand opposite each other and you do that for a couple of minutes. Inevitably, you'll start laughing. If you look at each other, inevitably smile, laugh will come. But you can do it on your own in a mirror. Just look at yourself in the mirror and do that for a couple of minutes. You change your state. You start laughing. It's a very effective pattern interrupt. You can interrupt the pattern of the ego quite effectively this way. And just energize yourself physically and mentally. Get yourself into a nice clear state. Okay. So what we're going to do now is just a few exercises. They're kind of silly little exercises, but just go with it. So you're going to probably want to stand up and move around a bit. The idea is to kind of move the body as well. I'll demonstrate by just sitting down because the camera, you won't be able to see me otherwise. So you're going to go ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha, and just do a just do a little skip around and a dance. Ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha. And you can dance around and you can move your body and just try and kind of go with this. Try and just let this stimulate some smiles, some laughter. Ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha. You make a face as well. Ho ho ha ha, ho ho ha ha, ho ho ha ha, ho ho ha ha, ho ho ha ha. And very good, very good, yay!
Very good.
Very
Yay.
good, very good, yay!
Good. Yay.
So, good. So, how are you feeling? A little bit plain smiling. That's good. So,
Dave's looking very serious.
yeah, Dave's thinking we all gone nuts. He's not got his headphones on. Okay. So, we'll just like a few exercises like this just to carry it on. So what you're going to do now is you're going to pretend that something's going to give you an electric shock, right? So anything or anyone you touch, you're going to touch it and then you're going to get a shock. And when you shock, you're going to laugh and you're going to go, ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Okay? Whenever you get the shock. So just whatever you touch, go around, touch a person or an object, and then you go, ho, ho, ha, ha, ha.
Oh,
And yeah, whatever you touch, just touch. It's ideal when you do it with other people because you touch them and you go, oh, ho. So touch something, right? And then when you touch it, give yourself a shock.
Oh,
Go,
oh, ha, ha.
oh,
Oh,
ha,
oh,
ha,
ha, ha. Oh, oh, ha, ha,
ha.
ha.
Whatever you touch. Yeah. And just do that
Oh,
for a
oh.
minute or so.
Yeah,
And feel like, you know, what just allow any silliness and laughter to happen.
right.
So keep doing that for another 30 seconds.
Oh, oh, ha, ha, ha. Oh, oh, oh,
Touch
oh,
anything and then pretend you get a shock. Yeah.
oh, oh, ha, ha, ha. 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 Oh, oh, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah,
Oh,
good.
oh,
It's all
Keep doing, keep doing
okay.
it. Keep doing it. Keep laughing. That's
Oh.
good. Just let it kind of flow.
Oh, ha, ha.
Ha ha ha.
Oh,
Ho ho.
oh,
Ha ha
oh,
ha.
oh, oh, ha, ha.
Whatever you
Oh,
touch,
oh,
until it got a shock. Okay. And
oh, oh, ha, ha,
very
ha.
good.
Oh,
Very
oh,
good. Yay.
yay.
very good,
Yay.
Very
very
good.
good.
Very good.
Yay.
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 Okay. So all good. So this one we're gonna do is a little we'll do some I know we got animal lovers on here, so we'll do some bird ones. So you're gonna pretend you're a seagull, right? So just however you'd want to do your seagull impression, you're gonna stretch your arms out and you're gonna just kind of fly around the room and you're a seagull and you're happy and you're free floating and you're laughing and every now and then go ho ho ha ha ha. Okay, so just do that. A couple of minutes, you're a seagull. What does it feel like to be a seagull? You can close your eyes if you like. You're just floating on the breeze. Feels free, it feels liberating, very happy.
Oh, oh.
Think of Jonathan Livingston's Seagull if you've read that book. It's a great book. And just feel the smile, feel the inner smile coming through. Feel the freedom of it. Just to be free. What does it feel like to fly freely? And then you can just go ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha.
Ah,
As you
ho.
do it,
Ah, ho,
you
ho.
just
Ah, ah,
flow
ah.
freely.
Oh,
Oh, ah, ah, ho, ho. Ah,
And
ho, ho.
oh,
Ah,
oh,
ho, ho. Ah, ah, ho, ho. Ah, ah, ah.
And very good, very good.
very good,
Yay!
Yay.
very
Very
good,
good, very good.
yay,
Good, very good.
Yay!
very good, very
So
good, yay.
we'll do one more bird one. So you're gonna pretend you're a penguin now, and you're just gonna kind of how do penguins walk? They kind of waddle, don't they? You pretend you're a penguin that's waddling, and then if you like, you can kind of dive into the ocean. And again, just every now and then go ho ho ha ha ha. So you're waddle around the room in this penguin dance, and feel like you're a penguin. What does it feel like to be a penguin? Remember, they can't fly. You're kind of waddling down to the ocean. Then you might want to dive in, and as you dive in, go ho ho ha ha ha.
Oh, oh.
Ah, oh, oh, ha, ha,
Ho
ha,
ha ha ha. Ho
Oh,
ho ha
oh,
ha.
ha,
Yeah,
oh, oh.
and
Ah. Oh,
just
oh.
kind of waddle and be silly, really.
oh, ha, ha, ha,
Yeah.
Oh, oh. Ha, ha, ha.
oh, oh,
Oh,
ha,
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 ha. Oh,
Mm.
oh. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, oh. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, oh, oh. Ha, ha, ha. The doctor thought I've gone completely mad. Dave's looking up the other side glasses thinking, what on earth's happened to her? We even got
Yeah.
a cat?
Well, it'd be a
Yeah,
bit
sorry, yeah.
silly. Yeah,
Yeah.
adults laugh very few times a day compared with children, and done the research. So it's just about getting into that kind of lighthearted
Oh, definitely.
free
Nice.
state. So Very good. Very good. Yay.
Yay.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yay. And you also
Yay.
move around a bit and you're breathing and you're moving, and so it kind of shifts the energy a bit.
Very good.
So,
Good. Yeah.
no. So we can make it interactive. I've done a few. You get the idea. So Elaine, you want to make up a silly exercise? Like what's a fun little exercise that you can think of that people could simulate, an animal or
Dog?
anything? Huh?
A dog? I don't know.
A
Cat? A
dog.
dog?
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. So everyone could pretend to be a dog.
Yeah, okay. Woo
Mm.
woo, woo woo,
Yeah.
woo woo,
Okay.
woo,
Pretend to be a
woo.
dog then
Yeah.
for a minute. So
Woo woo,
and you can
woo
just
woo, woo,
get into the dog. You know, what do dogs do? How do they behave?
woo.
And howl if
Elaine's
you
dog
want.
runs up to naked people on the beach.
Hey?
Elaine's dog runs up to naked people on the
Oh
beach.
yes, yeah, because it's a
Really?
nudist. I know it's a nudist beach. I know. Yeah,
Yeah.
That was
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Free.
So
You're
very
all
good. Very good.
very good.
Yay.
Yay.
Very good. Very good. Yay.
Yay.
All right. Cool. So, John, would you like to make up one?
A scarecrow.
A scarecrow. Okay. So you can just be a scarecrow, kind of standing there and imitate a scarecrow and find the joy in that. What does it feel like to be a scarecrow? Some birds are coming. Oh, a bird did a bird dropping on you. Ho ho, ha ha ha. And the wind is blowing and you're out in the fields. Just imagine what that feels like. And
Oh oh ha ha ha. Oh oh
yeah,
ha ha. Oh oh ha ha ha. Oh oh ha ha ha. Oh oh ha ha ha.
good.
Oh oh ha ha ha.
Very
You're all
good. Very good.
very good.
Yay.
Yay.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay. And then let you do one. Of
Can I be a butterfly?
course. Can be anything you want. Nice one. Okay. So butterfly. What does a butterfly feel like? Get into that.
Goes
And
from
you're
flower
floating
to
around the
flower.
room, and butterflies, alight on things for a bit, and then you carry on and you flit around, and the butterfly's very happy.
Yeah.
Imagine you're in a beautiful field, lots of sweet scented
Flower.
flowers.
Yeah.
You're floating around and
I'm a butterfly.
Yeah.
yeah, laughing and you're smiling. Flap your wings. Then there's a nice flower, so you rest there. And don't forget to laugh. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha.
Oh oh ha ha ha. Oh oh ha ha ha. Oh oh ha ha ha. Yay. Oh oh ha ha ha. No,
Love
no
it.
way.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yay. Very good. Very good.
Very
Yay.
good. Yay.
Okay. So you get the idea. We could carry on. You can make up all kinds of silly exercises. It's much more powerful when you're in a group. If there's a few people together, because you can actually look in each other's eyes and you feed off their energy, and everyone just ends up laughing. So how we finish it is you just do this, just start with a chuckle. So just start laughing. And then just grow it. Just a little bit more. And then a bit more, just let it come. No, really, just let go. And if you need to lie down or sit down or go on the floor, you can roll on the floor and you can just just let laughter just consume you. You can roll around on the floor if you like, and just for a minute, just really let it go and just laugh.
150 quid.
Excellent. We've just won £150.
Huh?
We've all just won £150.
That's amazing. Very good. Very
Very
good.
good. Yay.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yay. Okay. So, that's laughter therapy in a nutshell. You could do that anytime. It's easier to do it with people. Obviously, if there's someone else you can do it with. But notice how you feel now compared to 15 minutes ago when we started.
Yeah, definitely better, especially when I've heard.
Yeah, lightener.
Yeah.
So again, you can change your state with laughter. It's another way of managing your mental and emotional state. You just say, okay, we'll just lighten up, start laughing. It stimulates production of all kinds of happy chemicals, endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, and so on. And it changes your state. So we've done a bit of breathing, a bit of laughter, and you feel lighter, clearer, but sharper. So a powerful technique. Why don't we use it more? Because we just forget. Adults, we forget to laugh and be silly. If you got kids, it's great because kids just help you, get into that. But I know none of you do. So you'd have to make
the dogs. No, the dogs have actually been getting
yeah, animals do that as well.
They thought I was very strange there, so they joined in.
You got grandchildren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grandchildren, yeah, exactly. So just they're not always around, but when they are, you can really use that, and you can just kind of join in that the silliness, the funniness, and it lightens all of that heaviness and that seriousness of the ego's judgmental thought system, because the ego is very serious. We're very, very serious, very somber. Everything is very serious, and of course, laughter it makes light of it all. So it's a great letting go technique. You're saying, well, actually, none of this means anything. It's just I can just laugh at it. It's why comedians, are popular, because they just make people laugh at all the craziness and the silliness and paradoxes of life. And you've laughed for an hour or two, you feel much better. Kind of lightens the burden of your own thoughts and emotions, doesn't it? Which is what spiritual practice is designed to do. So it's a spiritual practice. So there you have it. It's very simple. Just be silly. You can do it on your own if you want, but it's better, it's more powerful if you do it with a person or a group, because you can actually see them and then you feed off each other. And I've done it in session with 5 or 10 people, and it was powerful. It's like, okay, everyone just kind of goes into this kid-like state, and you start looking at people, and laughter is infectious, and you can't help but start laughing. And you start laughing, research shows that it stimulates the production of these happy chemicals. So then you naturally start feeling the mind body is shifting and changing, and you can change your state quite effectively with 5 or 10 minutes of laughter therapy. You could start, if you've got people around who were sort of in this energy, you could start a laughter yoga club and do it every day, or do it a few times a week as a way of connecting, sharing, and it's a very powerful state shifter. You can change your mind and change your energy quite quickly. Yeah, so all good. Very good. Very good.
Very good. Yay.
Yay! Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yay!
Yay.
All right. So any questions about that? Otherwise, we'll jump into our lesson, I think, today.
No, that's good. That was a good move, John.
It was,
Yeah.
yeah. To be honest, you have to fake it to start with.
Yeah,
But you can't
you
get
do.
into it. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
that's a good exercise. Yeah,
You
no,
have to
very good.
kind of fake it until you make it, because you can get
Yeah,
quite, it's
serious.
sitting as well, and we're serious, we're discussing all, it can be a bit, so it's something that I didn't really do much of last year, but maybe we could do it, in the group once a week or something. Okay, we're doing a laughter yoga session for 20 minutes. It's not
Yeah,
a big deal. It's not a lot of time, but it's a nice, additional practice. I wouldn't say it's gonna substitute for the course and doing the mind training, but I think it just helps to lighten it a bit, doesn't it? You can get very
yeah,
serious and kind
very.
of heavy with all this stuff, can't you? It's like,
Absolutely,
okay,
yeah.
and you're dealing with the ego and it's like, okay, but like just lighten that energy a bit, and that can be very helpful in, still dealing with the ego, but you're not taking it so seriously. I think that's the benefit of laughter therapy, is you're not taking the ego seriously. And so it's a way of letting go of all of that seriousness and the gravitas of the ego. So, it's all very serious and heavy and somber. It's like, okay, actually, it's all ridiculous, actually. This is a ridiculous thought system. It's laughable. And so you can laugh at it, and then that just lightens it all up. Okay, so let's jump into the lesson for today, shall we? All right, so this is today's lesson 16. Very simple. So anyone read that? Key idea, and then the first paragraph. Oh, I haven't shared my screen, have I? So it's just haven't done that. Okay, so we don't want that screen shared. We want that one. Okay. So John, why don't you read the key idea and then the first paragraph, please. Okay. John, are you there? All right. Let's ask someone else then. Lynn?
Hello.
Can you read the key idea and then the first paragraph?
The idea
Yeah.
for today is a beginning step in dispelling the belief that your thoughts have no effect.
Okay. Did you read the key idea?
Oh, so where am
I
I?
have no neutral thoughts.
Oh, I have no neutral thoughts. Okay, that wasn't
Yeah.
visible on my screen then.
Hmm.
Oh, there's a massive rainbow outside the window.
Huh, nice. Very
Gorgeous.
good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah,
Very
that's
good.
easy
Very
to
good.
enjoy.
Yay!
Just got to
So you
stick
could
to
do that
symbol.
just
That's a
you
symbol,
could do
isn't
that
it?
as a way of just lightening up your day. If something's
Yeah.
good, you're very good, very good. Yay! I just saw a rainbow.
I'm just going, sorry to be rude. I'm just going to take a picture because it's right over the garden. It's amazing.
You'll have to send it on
Okay.
Facebook.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Bloody hell. Right over the whole of the garden. Yeah.
Ah, interesting. So that's a little miracle, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh,
It's
I'll
a
do a
sign
quick one on my
in the
phone.
dream of
You'll have to send it, Lynn,
Hold
so
on.
we can all.
Yeah, I'll post it to the group.
I'm doing it now. A phone one.
Right. Okay. So let's ask Elaine, would you like whilst Lynn's doing that? I have no neutral thoughts, and then read the first paragraph, please.
Yeah, I have no neutral thoughts. The idea for today is beginning step in dispelling the belief that your thoughts have no effect. Everything you see is the result of your thoughts. There is no exception in this fact. Thoughts are not big or little, powerful or weak. They are merely true or false. Those that are true create their own likeness. Those that are false make theirs.
Yeah, so everything, my translation there is is perceive. Everything you see, actually what he means is perceive. Everything you perceive in this dream world is the result of your thoughts. There is no exception to this fact, because the world is a projection of thought. That's all energy is, projected thoughts. So everything you see is a result of your thoughts, but it's happening on an unconscious level most of the time. You don't know that that's happening. So this is just making us aware that our thoughts are primary to our experience of life, and they're not big or little, powerful or weak. They're merely true or false. Those that are true create their own likeness. Those that are false make theirs. So there are no neutral thoughts. They're either true or false. Just restating the non-dual position of the course again in this context of thoughts. All right. Happy with number one? Let's go to number two then.
Yeah.
I can read this one.
Okay, thanks, John.
There is no more self-contradictory concept than that of idle thoughts. What gives rise to the perception of a whole world can hardly be called idle. Every thought you have contributes to truth or to illusion. Either it extends the truth or it multiplies illusions. You can indeed multiply nothing, but you will not extend it by doing so. So I think in that last sentence is saying you can indeed multiply nothing, you can indeed multiply illusions, but illusions don't exist anyway, therefore you're not extending them.
Yeah, and this was actually today's quote. There's no more self-contradictory concept than that of idle thoughts. So all thought has power, and we need to acknowledge that power and then choose wisely. Either it extends the truth or it multiplies illusions. As you said, Lindy, I've been a lot of doing multiplying of illusions, which is what the ego obviously wants us to do. Once we go down the rabbit hole of separation, the illusions multiply virtually endlessly. We look at the sent into hell diagram. This is how the ego works. Once we make one false idea, one belief in separation, and then we go down the ladder of separation, and we create a world where this illusion of a separation is just multiplied over and over and over again. And so we have trillions of different forms now, where this illusion of separation has been multiplied over and over and over again into all of these forms. And so we multiply the illusions, and that's what the ego wants us to keep doing, instead of listening to the truth, which simply says no separation is true. All of it is false. So everything that comes from the idea of separation is just a multiplication of illusions. And that's our entire universe, physical universe, and world and everything within it is a multiplication of illusions, which is really what he's saying here. So we can either believe that or not. It's still our choice whether we're going to believe and carry on in the process of multiplying illusions, or we're going to choose the truth, and the truth simply says none of this is true. None of what seems to happen in the dream, in the idea of separation, is true, so don't make any of it true in your mind. simply stay in the truth of this one awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love that is still there irrespective of what's going on in the illusion. So the thoughts are either going to be true, they're going to be taking you back into perfect oneness and into that state, or they're going to be multiplying illusions, and we know what that feels like. It's not nice, and there's no answer within that thought system. You get caught up and you go round and around like a hamster on a wheel, trying to solve the problems within the thought system of separation, and you just never will. This is what David Hoffmeister calls mastery through fear. You're trying to somehow master this illusion and somehow make your life work and find happiness and peace and love and joy within this construct of an illusion. And the Course is saying, well, if you try as you might, you're going to fail, because that's mastery through fear. And significant problems you face can't be solved at this level of thinking that created them. That's what Einstein said. And i.e., you can't solve the problems of the ego within its thought system. You have to go outside of its thought system into a transcendent awareness to solve them. Because from that level of awareness, the problems don't really exist. And then you can bring that awareness into the problematic life that you seem to have, and you can transform your perception of those problems. That's what the Holy Spirit's job is. So you reinterpret the ego's dream with this awareness of oneness that corrects your perceptions, and you start undoing your belief in this thought system of separation systematically and progressively as you do that. And that's what the Course is teaching us to do. But there are no neutral thoughts. We must be very vigilant and aware of, where our thoughts are coming from. There's no more self-contradictory concept than that of idle thoughts. Okay. So, any thoughts on number 2? And indeed multiply nothing, but you will not extend it by doing so. So nothing, I mean, you can indeed multiply nothing. It's a brain twister. It's a mind job of note. How can I multiply nothing? Well, that's the ego's whole story, isn't it? It's multiplied an idea which is really nothing, of separation. It doesn't really exist, into seemingly something real that's of substance, and in fact governs our life and our world. But you will not extend it by doing so, because extension only comes from truth. What gives rise to the perception of a whole world can hardly be called idle. Okay, the idea of separation, saying although it's an illusion, it's not an idle thought, because look at what it's done. It gives rise to the perception of a whole world and your life in this world. So it splits our mind, and we're now living in this false perceptual reality, in a false self, in a false world. Well, that's not an idle thought. Idle means powerless, ineffective. Can hardly be called, idle. It's actually, our thoughts are powerful. Okay, so number 3, let's go on to that. So, Lynn, if you can read that. Besides, you're recognizing that thoughts are never idle.
Besides, you're recognizing that thoughts are never idle. Salvation requires that you also recognize that every thought you have brings either peace or war, either love or fear.
So salvation, yeah, I haven't put in the translation, so I should have, but awakening. Salvation is awakening.
Okay.
Requires that you also recognize.
A neutral result is impossible because a neutral thought is impossible. There is such a temptation to dismiss fear thoughts as unimportant, trivial, and not worth bothering about. that it is essential you recognize them all as equally destructive, but equally unreal. We will practice this idea in many forms before you really understand it.
Okay, so what's he saying in this one?
He's saying that every thought we think has an impact.
Hmm. And it's one or the other. It's truth or illusion. There's a temptation to go, oh, well, it doesn't really matter. It's a little fear thought, and I don't even notice it. But we must be vigilant and acknowledge, recognize these fear thoughts are part of a thought system that is hardly idle. This is the thought system that has invented the whole world, and which enslaves you. So that thought needs to be looked at and let go of. If it's coming from the ego, it's fear. Dismiss fear thoughts as unimportant, trivial, not worth bothering about. Essential, recognize them all as equally destructive, but equally unreal. So they're destructive to your peace of mind if you believe them. That's what he means. But actually, they're all unreal. So they're not really destructive. They're only destructive if you make them so. If you give them the power that you've given them. And we'll practice this idea in many forms before you really understand it. Yeah, it's advanced lesson.
I've been going through this up and down, up and down, up and down. So yeah, I totally get it. Yeah.
So it's to watch your mind. The practice is watch for those egoic thoughts, fear thoughts.
I don't have to watch them. I feel them like,
But can you get into a state of mind where you just, there's a part of you that's observing them. Okay, so I feel that, but who's feeling it? There's a watcher that's able to observe that thought feeling arising within the mind that you thought was Lynn, but realizes that it's not actually Lynn, and that he's just able to watch that play out with detachment. So that's the mind training. Because if you can do that, you've immediately disidentified from the thoughts and the emotions and the character that is experiencing them of Lynn. And as he said, this might take a long time. Practice this idea in many forms before you really understand it, because it's being able to zoom out, observe it, but know that that's not you. That's just this thought system of the ego, which you've believed in, playing itself out. It's running a program in your mind. And if you can see that, okay, this is just the ego running again. It's its program. And there it goes again. And I can watch it. Then I'm not it. I'm disidentified in the moment of awareness of it. You see?
Yeah, sometimes I can do that, but I still get lost in it sometimes. I have to bring myself back. But there's still that underlying thing. If the thing, things like homelessness, like when that pops into my head, it's like, God, the gut wrenching fear, and oh God. And then I'm like, but I'm all right. I've got all these pet sits booked, and I've just got to find places to go in between, and I can come back to. But when it hits me,
Well, it's
destructive.
It's very destructive to your peace of mind. You can see
very.
that.
Of course.
And it's a fear based on a separate self. Based on the physical reality, seeming reality of, okay, it's a separate self, and where's my body going to go? Where's my body going to live? I need to have
how will I get
warmth,
there?
Shelter, and all of that. So when it comes up, you get the chance to look at, the whole belief system that's behind the fear. You see that this is the mind training work. Okay, so what am I believing? If I honor this fear, I'm believing I'm a body. I'm believing I'm limited. I'm believing in scarcity and lack. I'm believing that I'm not always going to be provided for. I could end up on the street. Oh my God, what's going to happen then? And so on and so on. And all of that is part of an identity that is not true.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if I can see that in the moment, I can kind of laugh at it. Go, this is ridiculous. That's just crazy. That's not
Yeah.
who I am. I'm not a body. I'm not Lynn. I'm certainly not scarce and lacking. I have the infinite eternal presence of love within me that is abundant by nature. So how can I ever be lacking? Right now, I can experience that. Right? You know, so you shift your state and you go, okay, right now I can experience that in a state of abundance, and that undoes the fear right now.
Yeah. Well, I do.
And
I
that's
do do that at times, but not all the time. Yeah.
wow, but then so you just need to get better at doing it. Say, okay,
Yeah.
you know, all the time. Don't let any of these fear thoughts come in and get a hold in your mind. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's
Even
kind of
a
obvious. I know.
minor fear.
Yeah.
Okay, so look at it, let it go, restore my mind to that base state of abundance where I'm okay right now. That's all it is. I'm okay right now.
Yeah.
Right now, is anything wrong? No. You're fine. You know, you're in a session, you're in a comfortable place, you've
Yeah.
got
I did that
heating, you've got
today.
food.
I had to do it today to calm myself down because I could feel myself
Mm,
feeling quite
mm,
ill and anxious. So yeah, I did.
mm,
Then I'm like, I'm
mm.
okay. I have
Okay.
all I need at this point. I have all I need, and
Mm,
everything I'm worried
yeah,
about is future fears of stuff that hasn't even happened and may never
yeah,
happen.
yeah. And that's all fear is. And
Yeah.
of course, the more you go into that fear, the more you energize that state, and the more that's
Yeah.
likely to happen. That's the you know, the crazy thing about it. The more
It's
you
when you go
fear it, the more
unconscious, though,
likely
isn't
it
it?
happens.
It's like when
Mm,
you got those moments of getting lost in it, and you forget, and you're
mm,
just like, I'm
mm,
scared. I don't know how I'm going to
mm,
pack. I don't know how I'm going to move my stuff. I don't know how I'm
mm.
going to get anything anywhere. You know, it's all that. It's that,
Yeah.
and then the fear builds and builds and builds. Yeah, it's very
So,
evident. I
so
can
what
see it really
counters it
clearly. Yeah,
is regular spiritual practice. Okay.
yeah,
When I'm feeling fear, stop, pause, do a breath break. I've sent you 4 minutes. You know what I mean? It's a 3, 4, 5 minute.
yeah.
Don't
I've
know
done
what
some
today's
breath
is.
breaks.
4 or 5
Yeah, I
minutes.
have done some.
You know, do it because it changes the energy. Or do some, I've just given you another technique, the laughter therapy. Do a
Yeah,
bit of that.
that doesn't appeal to me.
Okay. Okay.
That one
Well,
doesn't
maybe,
appeal. No, I do. There are some funny things that I watch that make me laugh until I cry.
yeah.
So, yeah, I do that.
So you can change your state using these tools, and that's your job. Okay, the fear's coming up. But the first thing I've got to do is get myself out of the fear, because if I stay in fear,
Yeah,
all of my thoughts, my emotions, my perceptions, my decisions, my actions, my words, my
goes
actions will
wild.
be tainted by that fear.
Yeah,
Then
100%.
the ego's in charge. So first priority, get myself in my right state of mind. If that takes, if it takes half an hour, then so be it. That's what you do for half an hour. If it takes 5 minutes, great. You dealt with it. And so you're practicing this all the time. That's why he's given us this mind training course where he's saying, don't just do it in the long forms, like once a day, twice a day, where you do a longer meditation. Do this regularly. You know, he's saying 5 practice periods. Do this 5 times interspersed during the day. So 5 intervals in the day, that might be every 2 to 3 hours. You're going to do this to top you up so you stay in the fearless state and you counter any tendency of the ego to come back. And that's why, you know, the course has these short practice periods built into it. Because he knows if you go a whole day without practicing, it's very likely the ego is going to come back
Yeah,
and try and, you know, get a hold again, inevitably. So the regular practice is how you take it to another level. You might be doing it in the morning, you might be doing it in the evening, but do it in between. And then if you join a live call every day, you know, that's another 2, 3 hours of practice. So you really, what you're trying to do here is interrupt the pattern of the ego.
yeah,
Stop it whenever it comes and you're aware of it. So the awareness is key. Then you stop it and you say, okay, I'm letting this go. And then he's given us practice every day doing this lesson to do that. There's other ways. You could you know, watch something that's funny and laugh. You could do just some breathing and, you know, let it go in the breath work. There's many ways of dealing with it, but you need to be aware first So greater awareness. Okay. So when you feel that fear coming up, you know what it feels like.
Mm.
You know what the thoughts and the emotions feel like. Then there needs to be an alarm bell saying, okay, stop, Lynn, pause, and do some spiritual practice to counter this right now. So you catch it, you go, right, I'm right on it. I'm going to counter it with, I'll do a breath break because it's right on my phone. I'll just play that. That's easy. Or, okay, I'll do some laughter and I'll just watch a funny video. And then you're managing your mental and emotional state. And that's what you have to watch like a hawk. That's what you have to be very vigilant of. Because that mental and emotional state is primary. That's your primary foundational reality. Everything comes from that.
Yeah.
Look at the integral model. You know, this subjective I state, this upper left quadrant of the subjective I of thoughts, emotions, sense perceptions, that is absolutely primary. That's what the course is asking us to focus on. So manage that. And you know what? Your life in the external, if you manage this well, will flow with ease and grace. And whatever challenges there are, you flow through and you work it out. So make that primary and this secondary. What the ego is trying to do is to make this primary and this the effect, you see. This is cause. Oh, you know, now you have reason for fear. And then effect, oh, now I fear. Because I'm an effect of the world, not the cause. So it's all upside down and inverted.
Yeah.
And that's how the theory of this plays out in your life. Well, do you listen to the ego and allow yourself to be affected by its insane thoughts about the world and everything that there is to fear? Or do you let that go and you say, no, actually right now I'm fine. In this moment, I'm absolutely fine. I'm happy, I'm peaceful, and I stay in that state and I let that extend into the world. And that's going to influence my thoughts, my words, my actions, and my decisions. And so there will be a profound shift if you stay in a higher state at a higher level in these lines. Then that will reflect in the external in time, inevitably, because that's how it works. That's how manifestation works. It's inside out, not outside in.
Sure.
And so whenever you feel fear, you've gone outside in. Do you see? You've gone and you've placed too much importance on the body and the external world, and you've said that's reality. And then the fear is inevitable. So you just have to correct and say, no, right now, I'm okay. Inside, internally, irrespective of anything external, I'm okay. I'm in a good state.
Yeah.
It's as simple and as difficult as that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all it is.
It's
You
really
shift
easy
from
to
this reality
understand.
to
It's
this,
just
but
hard
you
to
just
do.
need to- Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
with you there, Lynn. I'm
Yeah.
going through that, the last few weeks, similar.
Yeah. And that's the practice. It's like,
Devastation.
okay, I've just got to practice this and practice this over and over again. Practice, practice, practice. How do you get good at something? You practice. That's why it's called spiritual practice. That's why this is a daily program. That's why there's the mind training lessons. It's like, okay, it's going to require ongoing practice. So it's like get more disciplined. The key thing is the self-discipline to practice, isn't it? The awareness to know, okay, I know when the ego is coming in, and then, okay, the discipline to say, right, and I'm going to do the practice. And not just allow it, not just allow that fear to blow up. The moment you have a fear thought, that's when you got to catch it.
Yeah.
Because if you believe that, and then that thought leads to another thought, and then another one, then you've got an emotion going on. Very quickly in a matter of seconds, you can go into an emotional state, can't you? Just a thought leads to an emotion. More thought, more emotion.
The fear thoughts keep coming up, and I'm, it is constant because it feels like such a big thing having to move all my stuff pretty much by myself in, a very short space of time with very limited facilities. Every time I think about it, I feel fear. And then I'm like, it's okay. It's not even happening yet. Calm down. Calm down. It's not even happening.
Yeah. So then there's the correction. Okay. Yeah. Just, let it go. Find the place right now where you're okay. Right now, is there anything wrong? No. Right now, everything's okay.
Yeah.
Why am I fearing? It's only thoughts. It's the thoughts about the future that are making me fear.
Yeah.
Those are not neutral thoughts. Those are destructive thoughts. They destroy my peace of mind. They destroy ultimately, remember, they're designed to destroy pure formless awareness of perfect love, your experience of that. That's what they're designed to do. And you
Yeah.
have to say the ego is very effective at doing that.
Yeah.
It's created an illusion of a world to justify the destruction of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and to keep you, in its thought system. And it's done that very, very effectively.
Yeah.
Which is why it's hard to get out of it. It's like, okay, you got yourself bound up into this construct. Now you got to get out of it. And so you got to, move in the opposite direction and undo an entire thought system and a world that goes with it. I mean, it's sometimes you can feel a bit like, oh my God, this is just overwhelming. So that's like just so difficult.
Yeah.
But it's just just break it down into bite-sized chunks. Okay, just step by step. Every day I get up and I practice, and then I'm taking it in manageable bits. That's all he's saying. Saying, like, just do it in these manageable bite-sized bits. Practice the lesson every day. There's other practices. There's a whole program I've given you. You can do every day. Just say, okay, I can just break it down into bits, and I can use my time constructively every day. And then it's manageable because I'm on my path. It's a work in progress. I'm not fully awakened yet, but I'm awakening. I'm on the right track. I'm on the journey. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all that's required. Just catch those fear thoughts when they come, and then apply the lesson for the day. That's why he's given us the daily lesson, because the lesson will always help you to undo that, give you another perspective on it.
Yeah.
All right. So any other questions about this? Otherwise, let's practice it. Comments or questions on the lesson, John, Elaine?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go into some meditation then. All right. So just making yourselves comfortable. Sitting each shoulder width apart, back straight. Okay, hands in your lap, you close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. Just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Reach the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in. Pull the energy up the spine, to your heart center, to the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Repeat the idea for today. Just say, I have no neutral thoughts. And then scan your mind. Just observe any thoughts that come up. And as each one crosses your mind, just hold it in awareness. Well, you tell yourself, this thought about whatever it is, or whoever it is not a neutral thought. It's thought about my future, where I'm going to live, my health, finances, whatever comes up. is not a neutral thought. And then exhale, just a sense of letting go of any charge, any negative mental and emotional charge. Just blow it out. The breeze of your breath. Lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out and just rest here. And the stillness and the peace. A particular thought rouses uneasiness, something that really gets you into fear state, then this thought about whatever it is not a neutral thought. Because I have no neutral thoughts. Recognizing the destructive nature of fear. This thought about whatever is not a neutral thought. Because I have no neutral thoughts. Exhale on the truth of that. It's blowing out. Any upset, any drama, any negativity. Just letting it go to the nothingness that it really is. Just going, gone. And then just rest here in this deep peace and stillness and silence. And a state beyond all thought, thoughtless awareness, which is your source, pure formless awareness, perfect love. We call this is God, source, creator, whatever you want to call it. It's the fundamental nature of your mind, who you really are, beyond all illusions. So just surrendering into a still, calm, quiet, peaceful place beyond thought. Allowing that experience to arise, to be there in your awareness. Couple of minutes of deep connected silence. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. If any thoughts come up, just remind yourself that this thought about whatever or whoever is not a neutral thought. And then you let it go, blowing it away. The breeze of your breath. The dark cloud cannot really obscure the blue sky and the sun of your source that shines through it. Clouds are actually nothing. And the awareness, the sky, and the source of that awareness is everything. So give yourself this experience. Next few minutes of deep silence. So just gently coming back now from this deep connected state, and you bring your awareness back into the body, to the awareness of the physical senses. Notice what you're feeling, touching, subtle taste, your mouth perhaps, smell in your nose as you breathe in again. And just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. State of mind. Without illusions. Only the truth is true. Connect with that state, anchor that state in, set the intention to stay here in this awakened state for the rest of the session and on into evening. And so it is said, and so it is done. Now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around, observing various objects in the room around you. And if you have any thoughts that arise about anything, just say this thought about whatever it is. Thought about whoever, whatever is not a neutral thought. Just try and stay in this clean, aware state. Notice that that state is the same, irrespective of whatever you're looking at, whatever you're thinking about. Actually, your underlying state is the same. So you'll be learning that your underlying awareness, your true awareness, does not change. It's not really affected by your thoughts, your emotions, sensations, sense perceptions. It's an awareness that is eternal, unchanging. And that awareness is who you really are. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the practice of today's lesson. All right, so let's go on to today's message. Let's have a look at so we're going to have a look at today's reading from the text, which is called Creating versus the Self-Image, section 7 of chapter 3, if you want to follow in your book, John.
Yep.
Okay, so let's do that. Just fix that. See them to put alternatively in there. Keeps happening. So creating versus the self-image. You want to read the first paragraph, John?
Yep. Every system of thought, every system of thought must have an alternative.
Yeah, so I'm just fixing that. Okay, here we go.
Every system of thought must have a starting point. Every system of thought must have a starting point. It begins with either a making or a creating, a difference we have already discussed. It begins with either a making or an extending, a difference I have already discussed. Their resemblance lies in their power as foundations. Their resemblance lies in their power as foundations. Their difference lies in what rests upon them. Difference lies in what rests upon them. Both are cornerstones for systems of belief by which one lives. Both are cornerstones for systems of the belief by which I live. It is a mistake to believe that a thought system based on lies is weak. It's a mistake to believe a thought system based on lies is weak. Nothing made by a child of God is without power. Nothing made by an extension of pure formless awareness is without power. It is essential to realize this, because otherwise you will be unable to escape from the prison you have made. It is essential to realize this, because otherwise I will be unable to escape from the prison I have made.
And then from the top in the alternative.
Every system of thought must have a starting point. It begins with either a making or an extending, a difference between A difference I have already discussed. Their resemblance lies in their power's foundations. Their difference lies in what rests upon them. Both are cornerstones for systems of belief by which I live. It is a mistake to believe that a thought system based on lies is weak. Nothing made by an extension of pure form's awareness of perfect love is without power. It is essential to realize this, because otherwise I will be unable to escape from the prison I have made.
Yeah.
Now,
She's saying that.
essentially, he's saying here that there are two different thought systems which are fundamentally different, but they are both systems. They are both systems in the sense that they have their own mechanics of working, and it's a mistake to think that the belief system of the illusion is weak, because it is not.
Mm.
Within the illusion is very, very powerful.
Mm.
And it's important to recognize this, because without recognizing it, we can't change it. We can't transform it.
Mm. Yeah. So although the ego is ultimately illusory and false, we've believed it, and so we've given it the power that it seemingly has, and so it seems to have power to us. And if we deny that, then we're just ghosting over the top, metaphysically ghosting or spiritually bypassing. We have to look at this and see the ego for what it is, and face the difficulty and the pain and whatever comes up, and then make a choice and say, no, okay, I'm done with this. I'm willing to let this go. And I'm letting go. Whenever I let go of a part of the ego, I'm letting go of all of it, which is why it's so resistant to change and to this kind of spiritual work, because you're undoing the entire thought system whenever you let go of any part of it. So you let go of fear, you're saying, well, really, I'm actually disowning the entire thought system in that moment. So whenever I let go, demonstrated quite well here. Let's say I've got fear coming up. I let go of that fear. I'm really saying the entire thought system is false in that moment, because I'm not believing in it. And the ego knows that, and so that's why it's so persistent. It's okay, well, I've got to get you to fear again. I'll try another way. Because it wants to keep you caught up in this false thought system, believing you really are a separate self and under its control, so that it can exist in and through your mind. That's what it's trying to do. This, as he says, the idea of separation is a foundation for a thought system that has a whole reality with it that goes along with it. We've invented an entire alternate thought system and reality, seemingly now external reality, that goes with it. And so that idea is now the foundation for a reality. And that's why he says, the idle wishes, like whatever, that goes hand in hand with today's quote and lesson. This is not idle. This is very powerful. You've given it the power and the meaning that it has for you. And that is enormously powerful in your own perception, if not in reality. So what we have to do is start correcting that perception to bring you back into reality, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love, and help you to see that actually this is really a thought system based on nothing, and that actually the power that it has is illusory and false. But you have to address yourself where you are and say, well, I've given it this power, so I have to face these illusions and then undo them. Okay. So very much in congruence and alignment with the lesson today and the daily quotes, saying really the same thing. Happy with number one? We'll move on to number two.
Good for me, yeah.
Great. Okay, Elaine, if you can read number two kindly in the original and the alternative, please.
You cannot resolve the authority problem by depreciating the power of your mind. I cannot resolve the authority problem by depreciating the power of my mind. To do so is to deceive yourself, and this will hurt because you really understand the strength of the mind. To do so is to deceive myself with this will hurt me because I really understand the strength of the mind. You also realize that you cannot weaken it any more than you can weaken a god. I also realize that I cannot weaken it any more than I can weaken pure formless awareness of perfect love. The devil is a frightening concept because he seems to be extremely powerful and extremely active. The devil is frightening because he seems to be extremely powerful and extremely active. He is perceived as a force in combat with God, battling him for possession of his creations. He is perceived as a force in combat with pure formless awareness of perfect love, battling it for possession of its extensions. The devil deceives by lies, and builds kingdoms in which everything is in direct opposition to God. The devil deceives by lies and builds realities in which everything is in direct opposition to pure formless of perfect love. Yet he attracts men rather than repels them, and they are willing to sell him their souls in return for gifts of no real worth. Yet he attracts people rather than repels them, and they are willing to sell him their souls in return for gifts of no real worth. This makes absolutely no sense. This makes absolutely no sense. From the top, I cannot resolve the authority problem by depreciating the power of my mind. To do so is to deceive myself, and this will hurt me because I really understand the strength of the mind. I also realize that I cannot weaken it any more than I can weaken pure formless awareness of perfect love. The devil is a frightening concept because he seems to be extremely powerful and extremely active. He is perceived as a force in combat with pure formless awareness of perfect love. He is perceived as a force in combat with pure formless awareness of perfect love, battling it for possession of its extensions. The devil deceives by lies and builds realities in which everything is in direct opposition to pure formless awareness of perfect love. Yet he attracts people rather than repels them, and they are willing to sell him their souls in return for gifts of no real worth. This makes absolutely no sense. So there's an authority problem here, which we're depreciating the power of our minds. And again, we're in opposition to the devil and the pure formless awareness. But we're diminishing the power of pure formless awareness. And the devil appears to have frightening concepts, but of course we know they're just an illusion. They do appear very powerful and very active. But yeah, we allow this to happen. So then it's saying about how people get attracted rather than repel them, and they're willing to sell their souls in return for gifts of no real worth. So I guess that must just mean that we're putting all our eggs in the illusion. Is that what that means? Is it saying it makes no sense?
Yeah. Makes no sense at all. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you Although this is if this is all false, and the ego is only designed to cause pain and suffering and ultimately death, yet it attracts people rather than repels them. They're willing to sell him their souls in return for gifts of no real worth. So you give your mind, what sell your soul means is you give your mind to egoic thoughts and feelings. So you attach yourself to worldly pursuits. And there's many of them, seeking pleasure, fame, money, whatever other attachments, special relationships, in return for gifts of no real worth. He's saying, well, if you look at what the ego really gives you, honestly, is there really any value there?
Yeah.
And this makes absolutely no sense to do that. But we do it anyway because we've got so addicted to this egoic thought system that we can't see outside of it. And within it, we can't find our way out of it. So we have to, transcend it. Go into the awareness that looks at all of this and goes, yeah, this is insane. This makes no sense at all.
It's funny, we do know that. Yeah, we do know this. Like obviously my mind's been a bit insane the last few weeks with health problems. And we know the insanity of it, but it's very stronghold. Really, really fighting its way. Yeah. But but of course I appreciate when you're in that eternal now, like there when you were doing the meditation, I was just looking at the cat and it was just one moment without worrying about the future, blah, blah, blah. And that is then so peaceful.
Yeah.
So yeah, I need a few more of those moments, just building that up. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's spiritual practice. You practice going into this awareness that is just purely present. It's in the now. There's no past. There's no future. And then
it's very peaceful,
you realize how insane the ego is. By
very.
contrast, the ego is completely
very
mad, insane, and you can't really resolve anything. It just wants to keep you spinning around in the maelstrom of thought, and there's no resolution. It's just, oh well, if it's not one thing, it's another. That's going to make you fear, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
it's just one thing after
anything
another.
in the world to keep you in that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Elaine, what did you say?
Oops. Sorry, Dave was just shouting. Yeah, sorry, it was Dave that was talking there. Yeah. So I know that it sounds so simple, and as obviously all of us, like Lynn with their rainbows, and maybe John with his music, we all have that moment, but we need more of it.
And that's why spiritual practice is so important, because spiritual practice gives you these moments, and it can extend that moment for longer than a few moments. If you do a longer meditation, you can experience it for 20 minutes, half an hour, depending on how long you meditate. And then Yeshua's saying, okay, that's not enough. You need to interrupt the pattern of the ego during the day, and you need to do the daily practice.
That's the big one, because it's easy. Yeah.
So you're probably still not doing that, but that's how you can take your practice to another level, because you're punctuating your day with these short intervals, just a few minutes, and you can take that time. There's nothing that's urgent generally, unless there's a major crisis, which is unusual. But generally, you can take that time. You can take a few minutes, and you can set yourself in to the fearless state, and then that carries that stays with you for the next hour or two, and you stay in that vibration and in that state, and then you do it again. Which is why he's given us the daily practice in the day, rather than just once off. And of course, these sessions, we've been going now for a couple of hours. These are also part of that daily practice. So you're doing that, and you're doing the meditations in the morning. So it's like, okay, well, can you practice regularly in between, so that you are interrupting the pattern of the ego consistently?
Yeah.
That's what this is saying.
Yeah.
John's going to band practice.
Oh,
Okay, that's
right. So
interesting.
yeah.
I thought that was on a Monday. Obviously changed. So Tuesday today, isn't it? Tuesday?
Yeah, it's Tuesday. Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Obviously it's changed. All right. So any other thoughts on number 2?
No, very good.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yay!
Yeah. Oh,
I think
yours is
let's
great.
do that. Whenever someone says very good, then let's do
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
It's a nice little
Gets us out of ourselves. Yeah.
well, like that, it just kind of breaks the energy, but doesn't it? Like,
Yeah.
all right. So number 3, you can read that. This one's quite short. It's only 6, I think, paragraphs. So
We have
you read number
discussed.
3.
Yeah, we have discussed the fall or separation before, but its meaning must be clearly understood. And I can't see the next one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Let's
have
try something
discussed.
new, actually. Let me just change the view. Put into read mode. Let me see if that works. Okay. Not sure about that. Because it's now split it into 2, hasn't it? So no, I think we'll just exit out of this. Memorize, store down. Let me know on that. Oh, there we go. View. Switch to print layout. Let's just stick with print layout, shall we? Okay. So
Right.
carry on.
Every system of thought must have a starting point. And you cannot.
Oh no, sorry, wrong one.
Yeah.
No.
Number
Number
3.
3. No.
Yeah. We have discussed the fall or separation before, but its meaning must be clearly understood. I have discussed the fall or separation before, but its meaning must be clearly understood. The separation is a system of thought real enough in time, though not in eternity. The separation is a system of thought really enough in time, though not in eternity. All beliefs are real to the believer. All beliefs are real to the believer. The fruit of only one tree was forbidden in the symbolic garden. The fruit of only one tree was forbidden in the symbolic garden. But God could not have forbidden it, or it could not have been eaten. But pure formless awareness of perfect love could not have eaten it, could not have forbidden it, or it could not have been eaten. If God knows his children, and I assure you that he does, would he have put them in a position where their, where did I go there? Where their own destruction was possible. Yeah. If pure formless awareness of perfect love knows its extensions, I assure you that it does. Would it have put them in a position where their own destruction was possible? The forbidden tree was named the true tree of knowledge. The forbidden tree was named the tree of knowledge. Yet God created knowledge and gave it freely to his creations. Yet pure formless awareness of perfect love created knowledge and gave it freely to its extensions. I can't see the but. Shall I just read it now from the alternative? Can't see the. Oh, there it is. There, yeah. The symbolism here has been given many interpretations, but you may be sure that any interpretation that sees either God or his creation is capable of destroying their own purpose is an error. The symbolism here has been given many interpretations, but I may be sure that any interpretation that perceives either pure formless awareness of perfect love or its extensions as capable of destroying their own purpose is in error.
So he's
From the
mistaken.
top, mistaken.
Mhm.
I have discussed the fall or separation before, but its meaning must be clearly understood. The separation is a system of thought real enough in time, though not in eternity. All beliefs are real to the believer. The fruit of one tree was forbidden in the symbolic garden, but pure formless awareness of perfect love could not have forbidden it, or it could not have been eaten. If pure formless awareness of perfect love knows its extensions, and Yeshua assures us that it does, would it have put them in a position where their own destruction was possible? The forbidden tree was named the tree of knowledge, yet pure formless awareness of perfect love created knowledge and gave it freely to its extensions. The symbolism here has been given many interpretations, but any interpretation that perceives either pure formless awareness of perfect love or its extensions as capable of destroying their own purpose is mistaken.
Yeah, so what's he saying in this one?
Well, Yeshua has discussed the separation in the fall many times, and the separation is a thought system that's in time, but not in eternity. And all beliefs are real to the believer. Then he's talking about this fruit of the tree, forbidden in symbolic garden. So I'm getting a little bit mixed up what it's trying to say. The forbidden tree is named the tree of knowledge, yet the perfect love created knowledge and gave it freely to its extensions. So the symbolism here has been given many interpretations.
Yeah,
But the
so
interpretation
and that whole story has been interpreted in many ways. The interpretation perceives either pure formless awareness of perfect love or its extensions as capable of destroying their own purpose is mistaken. So they cannot actually destroy their own purpose. God cannot destroy his own purpose. I mean, it's really likely that God, who's all-knowing and all-powerful, would then tempt, its extensions, his sons in traditional language, sons and daughters, would tempt them to sin. Say, okay, I'm going to put one tree in the garden, and you can't eat of that tree. Well, of course, what are you going to do? You're going to you bring the attention to that tree.
Right.
So symbolically, I mean, as you said, it's been interpreted in many ways. The tree of knowledge is they came into a knowledge of their ego self, yeah, of a separate self and its interpretation of the world and its story, and then they felt separated from their source, and then they felt ashamed because of what they'd done, and then the story goes God punished them for that. But he's saying that that interpretation is false, because God can't destroy its own purpose. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is not capable of destroying its own purpose. It is love and it's only love. So it could never do that. What did that was the ego, which is the separate self that has nothing to do with God. That's symbolized in the story by the serpent, who tempts Adam and Eve to go into the ego system and do what it's saying and indulge in this thought system of duality and separate from the source.
Yeah.
But in truth, pure formless awareness of perfect love, God, and its extensions, which is our true nature, our true selves, cannot do that. That was just this false egoic identity that we believed in caused us to seemingly separate, and all the pain and suffering and drama that goes with it. But actually, it's not possible. Any interpretation, he's saying, that makes it possible, and that he says now we've destroyed, God and man are split, and we've destroyed paradise, and we now cast out of the garden, and we have to suffer, and by the sweat of our brow, live and work and suffer and die. Actually, that's not true. That's just the ego's interpretation of the story. See, the real message is that actually none of it's really happened. We're not actually capable of doing it. God's not capable of it. Neither are we in our right mind. So it's never really happened. We never really left the Garden of Eden. The garden, again, is symbolic of our inner state of pure formless awareness. Everything's perfect and happy. We never really left that state. We're still in the garden if we can just accept it. If we believe that we cast out of the garden because we've sinned, we're never going to find that inner state, are we?
No, no.
So the ego is telling us this has really happened, and you've really sinned, and now you cast out, and you're doomed to stay in the separated state from your creator, and you're punished eternally for the sin. You cast out of the garden of paradise, and you must now stay in dualistic reality in a body, and you have to work and earn money and do all these things we have to do in order to make a living and make some kind of life here. The ego says, well, that's now eternal. You've done this, and you are eternally damned, and the split between God and man is real, and it's permanent, and it's punishable. This is the definition of sin. It's saying all of that's real, and this is saying no, it's not. Actually, your salvation or awakening lies in realizing that that story is not true. The interpretation then of the Adam and Eve story is simply untrue, because we are not really capable of destroying our own purpose or our own awareness. It's not actually possible. So you can just restore your mind to that awareness. Is that clear?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go on. He carries on talking about the fruit of the tree of knowledge.
Yeah.
So read that in the
original, yeah.
original and alternative.
Eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge is a symbolic expression for usurping the ability for self-creating. Eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge is symbolic expression of self-creating. This is the only sense in which God and his creations are not co-creators. This is the only sense in which pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extensions are not co-creators. The belief that they are is implicit in the self-concept or the tendency of the self to make an image of itself. The belief that they are implicit in the self-concept or the tendency of the self to make an image of itself. Images are perceived, not known. Images are perceived, not known. Can't see where are we? 5, knowledge.
Knowledge cannot deceive.
Yeah, knowledge cannot deceive, but perception can. And knowledge cannot deceive, but perception can.
Just read it in the alternative now.
Right.
Only...
I can perceive myself as self-creating, but I cannot do more than believe it. I cannot make it true. And as I said before, when I finally perceive correctly, I can only be glad that I cannot make it true. However, until then, the belief that I can is the foundation of my thought system, and all my defenses are used to attack ideas that might bring it to true awareness. I still believe I am an image of my own making. My mind is separated from the remembrance of perfect love. On this point, and there can be no resolution of this while I believe the one thing that is true, literally inconceivable. This is why I cannot create, and I am filled with fear about what I make. From the top?
Yeah, from the top.
Eating of the tree of eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge is symbolic expression of self-creating. This is the only sense in which pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extensions are not co-creators. The belief that they are implicit in the self-concept, or the tendency of the self to make an image of itself. Images are perceived, not known. Knowledge cannot deceive, but perception can. I can perceive myself as self-creating, but I cannot do more than I believe it. I cannot make it true, and when I find it perceived correctly, I can only be glad that I cannot make it true. However, until then, the belief that I can is the foundation of my thought system, and all my defenses are used to attack ideas that might bring it to true awareness. I still believe I am an image of my own making. My mind is separated from the remembrance of perfect love. On this point, and there can be no resolution of this, while I believe the one thing that is literally inconceivable. This is why I cannot create, and I am filled with fear about what I make. Yeah. So see, we're on with the tree of truth. No, the tree of knowledge.
Symbolic expression for self-creating. So what they did then was they believed in a false self, and they had a self-concept. Once they ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, they said, well, now we're a separate self. And now we feel disconnected from our source, and we feel ashamed, and we feel like we've sinned and we're guilty. And then who casts us out of the Garden of Eden but ourselves? God didn't have anything to do with it, because that state of pure formless awareness doesn't know. It's just a state that's now been denied, but it's still there.
Yeah.
But as soon as you make God into some kind of being, God apparently in the Old Testament was walking in the garden. Well, I mean, you've just made God into form. God walks in the garden. I mean, that's just ridiculous. If it's pure formless awareness, it cannot walk. It has no form. See, but as soon as you do that, then the error gets perpetuated. You believe now God can judge you and cast you out of the garden, and God behaves like some human, like a human father who's now disappointed with his children because they've sinned, and now is going to punish them by casting them out of the garden. And it's all just people's egos projecting onto the story, making up the story to start with, and then projecting onto it, interpreting it falsely from the perspective of the ego, now the self-concept that has eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. So as Einstein said, the significant problems we face can't be solved at the same level of thinking we're at when we created them. You can't eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and create this illusory problem from this false self-concept, and then expect that you're going to solve it within that thought system. The problems created by that delusion can only be solved outside of the delusion. You can't engage in delusional thinking and think you can solve the problems. So you've got to reverse it. Say, well, I'm going to uneat from the fruit of the tree of knowledge. In other words, I'm going to deny my self-concept and accept that it's actually not possible. And the self-image that I've constructed isn't real. matter what happens, I cannot make it true. I perceive myself as self-creating, but I cannot do more than believe it. Yes, I can believe it, but that doesn't make it true. When I finally perceive correctly, I can only be glad that I cannot make it true. Thank God. Okay, I thought it was all true. I thought this is permanent. My error has become permanent and real, and now will dictate my reality forever. But fortunately, that's not the case. However, until I realize this, my foundation of my thought system, all my defenses are used to attack ideas that might bring it to true awareness. So the ego, what he's saying is, got all these defenses it's going to marshal, and it will attack ideas that might bring it being the false self-concept. Am I be more explicit about what the it means? Like false self-concept.
Nothing. Yeah.
Into true awareness. So I still believe I'm an image of my own making. My mind is separated from the remembrance of perfect love on this point, and there can be no resolution of this while I believe the one thing is literally inconceivable. This is why I cannot create and I'm filled with fear about what I make. So that I cannot extend the truth. That's what creation means. And I'm filled with fear about what I make. Okay? Is that clear, Len?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's move on to number 5. Mind can make the belief in separation very real and very fearful.
Is that in the alternative or both?
I do it in both, just quite a lot. Just translate in this God, fatherhood, etc.
Yeah. The mind can make the belief in separation very real and very fearful, and this belief is the devil. The mind can make the belief in separation very real and fearful, and this belief is the devil. It is powerful, active, destructive, and clearly in opposition to God, because it literally denies his fatherhood. It is powerful, active, destructive, and clearly in opposition to pure formless awareness of perfect love, because it literally denies it is the source. Look at your life and see what the devil has made. Yeah. Look at your life and see what the belief in separation has made. But realize.
So he's saying here, just to pause there, we
Yeah.
must look. Yeah, we must look. Honestly, it's not always pretty, is it? When you really
No.
look.
No.
But you see what the belief in separation has made of your life. Because that's the only way you're going to turn it around. Say, okay, I'm done. I'm done with that thought system. I'm not going to believe in it. Because look at the destruction and the chaos and the pain and the suffering.
Well, it's just a roller coaster ride. It's up, down, good. And you get tired of it. Yeah.
But we must look at it. And that's really what this, the hardest part of this journey, to look at the ego and really see it and go, okay, I've got to face my stuff. And then turn it around. Say, okay, now the work starts. I've got to undo this. It's like because we're addicted. It's the same as in
very much
Alcoholics Anonymous. We're addicted to the world.
Yeah.
So you have to undo that addiction. You have to start turning it around. And it seems overwhelming when you start, because like, oh my God, I'm just so I'm
Really
so
good,
addicted to the world. I mean, we're addicted to our
Everything.
separate selves, the way we think. our sense perceptions and what we think we can
Controlling.
do and experience and achieve, and all of it, you know, has profoundly influenced our mind and our experience of life and our reality. So how do you undo that? Well, that's, you know, that's what
Not
this
easy.
course is giving us. No, if it was easy, we would have done it. You know, we wouldn't still be
Absolutely. Well, yes,
in
yes.
the dream world. It is the ultimate human accomplishment, which is why people who've done it get the highest kudos. It's like you've done the hardest thing, just to undo your own separate self. What you thought of as yourself, you've got to undo that self concept. Let that go and cease to exist as a separate self. Wow, you know, that's
that's a big achievement.
another level.
Yeah, you know, people like Eckhart Tolle and all of those, they're more like what they call the 80-20 and Wayne Dyer and all those. You know, I'd be just so delighted just to even get to that, or even 75.
Oh,
70.
as you say, it's a work in progress. Just
it is, yes,
practicing.
because they admit that they are not 100% enlightened. They say about 80-20, and that was Wayne Dyer, Eckhart Tolle, and all of those.
Because the ego still comes in.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're being honest. But, no, so then it's just a work in progress. Okay, well,
for all of us,
ego comes in. What can I do but let it go? And, you know, the more I practice that, the better I get, and the more the awakening starts happening, the more that percentage of spirit gets pushed up.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on, rather than, you know, just sort of slowly, rather than thinking, well, what, I'm going to be like Jesus, you know, and it just seems so unrealistic that I kind of sabotage the whole thing.
You know, ultimately you will be, but right now just deal with what you're dealing with, you know, and no doubt. I mean, remember the illusion of Yeshua. There was a whole you know, really PR exercise around him, that he was, you know, perfect, he never sinned, he was the Son of God, and so on. And that was what then what got propagated. So he became this kind of almost unreachable figure. You know, he's just so high and so amazing. I could never be like Jesus, but in fact, said very clearly that you must be. You know, this is, you just follow my way. You must become like me. And he said, you'll do these things that I've done, and even more powerful things, even greater things than I've done. So he was trying to encourage us to become like him, and that's just a thought system. You know, he just mastered this thought system of radically forgiving or letting go with probably a lot of practice. We don't know what he did in his life from about the age of 13 to his late 20s. When he came into his ministry, he was in his late 20s. From the age of 13, there's no record of what he did, but you can be sure he was practicing probably a lot. Maybe he went to Tibet and India, possibly, to immerse himself in spiritual practice for 15 years or so, and then came back. In, you know, 15 years of dedicated spiritual practice, and he's already an advanced soul, would produce something like he then came and he was like a complete outlier in that society. Like, where do you come from and how are you doing these things? Because he'd gone and he'd gone deeply into his practice, and he had to go through his own difficulties of undoing the ego, as is recorded, you know, when he went into the desert and he prayed for 40 days. That was his awakening. He was facing down the ego and you know, awakening from it. And after that, his ministry started. He'd awakened to the Christ self, and then he was you know, largely inspired. But even he, in the course, he says, well, I had several slips into impatience. He even admits that. And he's talking about the disciples. And he says, well, yes, I did slip into impatience. I got impatient with them because they were so dense, they were so slow compared with, you know, his understanding. I just didn't get it. And so he kind of found himself getting impatient, which again is, you know, that's, as he said, it was a slip. So even though he was so enlightened, he still made a mistake, an error, several of them, and possibly more. You know,
You just get back on track.
yeah. So it's like, okay, so he wasn't the perfect, son of God who never sinned. Yeah, he had his own
because it is a bit
stuff to
daunting.
deal with, and no doubt he made mistakes in his life, but he corrected them, and he got very, very good at letting go.
Yeah.
And now that's what he's teaching us. He's saying, I can teach you the same thought system that freed me from my prison. And because I've done it, you can be sure that you can do it, because I was the way shower. I'm the example of someone who has applied this thought system and completely freed their mind. So you can take heart and be encouraged by that, because it means that you can do it as well. And that's quite inspiring. So, just work in progress, keep working, keep practicing, make it the way you live. It's saying make letting go and practicing this course with whatever life throws up for you, make that your practice.
Yeah.
Well, that's not so hard, is it? Because what else are you going to do? You got to deal with this stuff anyway.
And the
shit's going to come, so you got to deal with it one way or another. Well, you're going to deal with it this way rather than through the ego, which just makes a horrible meal of it and entrenches the ego's thought system and makes you suffer. So this is really then the only way. So you just keep on, and you go through these tough times. But you're going through one now, but it will get better. You keep practicing. Promises that you can, because you can undo the ego through the practice, and then your perception clears, and then life is easier and better. And
it's work in progress.
Hmm.
I'm on the journey.
Exactly, and that's all.
Yeah.
If you know you're on the journey, going in the right direction,
that's all
great.
I can do. Rather than these ideas
I'm on my journey, and
that's the way I prefer to be practical, rather than this idea that.
Well, and that's very humble, I think, and that's much more realistic, of like, okay, this is actually how it's going to work. To think that I'm suddenly going to become, enlightened and walking on water and just, no ego.
No, it's not realistic for me at this present stage.
No, and it isn't for most people. I mean, very occasionally that happens, but it's very rare that someone has like a massive shift and they just go, okay, there we go, the entire ego's dropped away. Even if they have a big shift, like say Eckhart Tolle, he still had to do a whole lot of work to make sense of it and to integrate it and to actually come back and
live on the park bench for 2 years.
Some kind of functional way. Yeah, there was an integration to come back into society and then be able to become the teacher that he's become. So that was the start. That shift was not the end of his journey. That was the start. At the beginning, occasionally a guy like Romano just wakes up and he stays in samadhi the rest of his life, pretty much. That's pretty unusual. That's a very, very unusual occurrence. He was like 1 in a billion that happens to him. Because whatever the circumstances were, he probably had many past lives. He might have been an advanced yogi or guru or something in his previous life. And then in that life, he got that one lesson, which was going into intense fear of death. And he faced it and he let it go. And then he's like, well, all fear's gone then. There's no more left because I faced it. And the intensity of that, and it's dropped away, and I'm now just resting in my true self, and I can just stay there. In deep meditation for most of the rest of his life. Very unusual, for that to happen. So much more realistic to say, okay,
work in progress on the journey. That feels much better to me.
And I can do this. Practice this like anything. I can get better at it. I can learn how to let go better, and it will serve me well in whatever my life, whatever challenges come up in my life. This practice, will help me to let it go and restore my mind to a peaceful state. And if I do that, then I'm awakening, and then, I'm on my journey back home. So that's really the focus of the course, is on the miracles. So it's called a Course in Miracles. It's on the shifts in perception that systematically and progressively awaken you, rather than on revelation. saying, well, revelation is
That
there,
makes
but
much more yeah.
it will happen when you're ready. God takes the final step.
Rather than yearning for it, yeah.
Rather than, oh, it's all about revelation, and I just want to get into that
Yearning for
revelatory
it, yeah.
state, and
Yeah.
I'm
Drive
kind
yourself
of,
mad.
yeah, that's probably not that it's not that helpful
No,
to
it's
be there,
not, yeah.
because you're not then
Amazing.
actually focusing on the daily practice of letting go of
Exactly.
falsehood as it comes into your perception. So the course is focused on this level. I've shown you this before, but it's focused on the shift from this level, the level of the illusion in the red box, your experience in time and space as perceived through the ego's separate self, to shifting out of that level into the true self, in the Christ. So changing your perceptions by letting go of your mental and emotional attachment to whatever you experience in time and space. That's the focus. You're saying you can do that and you can practice that. And in fact, your life is perfect because it's going to give you the opportunities to practice.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
yeah.
what the challenges are for. So let's focus here. And then he says very little about the step from the true self back to pure formless awareness of perfect love. He just says God takes the final step. When you're ready, God will take the final step. But to get yourself ready, you need to practice. And so that's where the focus of the course is. So actually, although it talks about the metaphysics and goes into, some of the revelatory and always referencing knowledge is there, he's telling us, the focus is on this process of raising yourself up from the ego's identification and with form into identifying with your true self and perceiving then form correctly. That is the focus of this course, and that's very practical and very doable. Anyone can do that by applying these teachings in their life. And that's why the course is so helpful. If it was pitched at the metaphysical revelatory level and said, okay, well, you've just got to meditate 24/7 and go into samadhi and stay in pure formless awareness of perfect love, that would not have been a helpful teaching for the average Westerner at all, would it?
No,
you just
no,
wouldn't have the time. It would be too much. People would just go, well, then I've got to go
Not
into
really,
the
yeah,
East
they
to
just
become a
think, oh, it's
guru,
way
and
yeah.
how's that going to fit into my life? I can't stand samadhi all the time. I've got responsibilities. I've got a job. I've got a family. I've got, commitments. I've got to still live my life. So then they just reject it entirely. Whereas this is like, no, you don't have to. You practice.
It's just little
but
bite steps.
use your life experiences. Use your life experiences as part of your awakening, which is genius. That's the Holy Spirit's reinterpretation of your life into something that's it's helpful. That can awaken you. And he's saying, actually, in some ways, he says it at some point, it's quicker. He says, that way of long periods of meditation and silent contemplation, very Eastern tradition, that ultimately would work if you dedicated to it because of the intent behind it. But the means are slow and tedious. He says, a much better way is to go into the holy relationship and use your relationships for awakening. So you're using, everything, especially relationships. That's what pushes our buttons in this world, for your awakening into the awareness of who you really are. And life will give you those challenges to help you practice. Okay, well, that's doable. I can still live my life, but I'm living it from a different perspective. All right, so where were we? Look at your life and see what the devil has made, but realize that this, number 4, I think.
Is that in the alternative? Or
read it in both.
Yeah. But realize that this making will surely dissolve in the light of truth, because its foundation is a lie. But realize that this making will surely dissolve in the pure formless awareness of truth, because its foundation is a lie. Your creation by God is the only foundation that cannot be shaken, because the light is in it. My extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love is the only foundation that cannot be shaken, because true awareness is in it. Your starting point is truth, and you must return to your beginning. My starting point is truth, and I must return my mind to knowing this truth. Much has been seen since then, but nothing has really happened. Much has been seen since the seeming separation, but nothing has really happened. Yourself is still in peace, even though your mind is in conflict. Myself is still in peace, even though my mind is in conflict. You have not yet gone back far enough, and that is why you become so fearful. I have not yet gone back far enough, and that is why I become so fearful. As you approach the beginning, you feel the fear of the destruction of your thought system upon you, as if it were the fear of death. As I approach the truth, I feel the fear of the destruction of my thought system upon me, as if it were the fear of death. There is no death, but there is a belief in death. There is no death, but there is a belief in death. From the top?
Yeah.
My mind can make the belief in separation very real and fearful, and this belief is the devil. It is powerful, active, destructive, and clearly in opposition to pure formless awareness of perfect love, because it literally denies it is the source. I must look at my life and see what the belief in separation has made, but realize that this making will surely dissolve in the pure formless awareness of truth, because its foundation is a lie. My extension by pure formless awareness of perfect love, perfect love. Oh, where am I? I've lost it. My awareness is
extension by pure forms.
Oh yeah, it's the only foundation, that cannot be shaken, because pure formless awareness is in it. My starting point is truth, and I must return my mind to knowing this truth. Much has been seen since the seeming separation, but nothing has really happened. Myself is still in peace, even though my mind is in conflict. I have not yet gone back far enough. That is why I become so fearful. As I approach the truth, I feel the fear of the destruction of my thought system upon me, as if it were the fear of death. There is no death, but I still have a belief in death. Yeah. So
what's he saying?
Well, it's the separation that we've made up can be very powerful and destructive, and well, it's the devil. And then you've got pure formless awareness, which is in opposition, and it's denying its source. So we have to look at life and the belief separation that we've made and realize it's our own making. And we've dissolved this pure formless awareness, the truth. And as we have noticed in our past experience, that it's just a mind of conflict. The real self is always in peace, but the mind is just in conflict.
Mm.
We have not yet gone back far enough, and that's why I become so fearful. So there we, and then it's saying that when we are starting to approach this truth, we feel the destruction of the thought system, which can feel like it's the fear of death. But of course, in reality, there isn't a death. It's just a belief in death.
Mm. This is we haven't gone back far enough. So what he's asking us to do is to go back into all the way back up the ladder of separation, back to the original thought of separation. And really look at that and go, okay, I understand deeply, I feel this, I experience it, that I decided to separate from my source, and that's my whole problem. So I don't get caught up in the illusions on this level. Realize that all of them are a product of that tiny mad idea of separation. And I did it. I decided. When I had my mystic kind of revelatory state experience in pure formless awareness after the 9 days of intensive meditation, the Vipassana retreat, immediately after that experience, it was like a massive download of the whole, my understanding of this course, and everything just suddenly dropped. And I saw very clearly that, this was my own doing. I'd done this. Couldn't blame anyone else. I had created this disaster of a life and a world by denying that pristine, pure, formless awareness that I just experienced, and that the whole world was the result of my denial of that. That was the insight. That's what he means by going back to the beginning. Going, okay, I get it. That's why I'm totally responsible for whatever happens in my experience, because I made that decision, and now I'm experiencing the effects of that decision over and over in my dream world. But if it's just a thought and a decision to believe in that thought, he says it's just there isn't really any death because separation isn't real, but I still believe in it. That's the problem. So my belief in it, that's the problem. So I need to go back to the level of that top level belief in separation, the ego in my mind that says, yes, separation is real, it's really happened, and therefore you are a separate self, and this world and everything that seems to happen, it is real. I have to go back to that level, and I have to correct it and realize that that's just not true. And I do that by systematically and progressively looking at all of my illusions as they come, and whenever I reinterpret them with the Holy Spirit, and I say they are not real, I'm saying that the thought of separation that is their source is not real. You see the methodology. I deny the effect, and then I'm also denying the cause in my mind, and that's the only way that you're going to deny that very deeply entrenched idea of separation. You've got to keep denying it in all of its effects. To start weakening its hold, and ultimately denying its power entirely, and going, actually, I just don't believe in this at all anymore. So it's a load of nonsense, and everything that's come from it is also a load of nonsense. And that's the Holy Spirit's interpretation.
I get that. I certainly get that. But while you're going through it, it can be very unpleasant. Because you sort of have to be part of it, even though it's all just a lot of rubbish. So it's quite a difficult process.
Because we've made it real. Beliefs are real to the believer. We've made it so real to ourselves by inventing an entire world based on this thought system that now we've got ourselves deeply in the doo-doo, basically deeply in enslaved by it and entrenched in it. And now we've got to, from that position of being in prison, we've got to somehow free our minds from this.
It's a task. It is a task, yeah. Because I'm going
it's the
through
only
that.
task.
Well, yes,
it's the only real task, it's the only real purpose of your life here, is to do that work and awaken to who you really are, know thyself. That's the only point of any of this. Nothing the ego's invented to give you some kind of temporary meaning and purpose in this world means anything. It's just designed to keep you here playing the game of being a false self and suffering and dying. And you're going to do that over and over until you realize that there is no point to any of it. The only point is to awaken from it and find your way out of it through your experience of life. And that's what this teaching is saying. The only point is to let go as and when the ego arises, and free your mind systematically through doing that. And then you are awakening. Then you fulfilling the only purpose that you have in this life. As you go through your timeline of your apparently disastrous life, you start realizing as you're on the awakening journey that actually all of the disasters are part of your awakening. You have to awaken through those disasters. That's the whole point, because they show you the ego's thought system. They bring it up very, very much in your mind, and then you can let it go and undo the ego's psychological and emotional attachment by letting go of your perception of that disaster and the self-concept that goes with it. And so then you raise yourself up systematically by doing that through your life into this awareness. And that's the only way you're going to do it, pretty much. For the average person, unless you're lucky like Ramana, you have a sudden one. But he did it one time. The fear arose, the fear of death, which is the ultimate fear, arose very, very clearly. And he went into this awareness very strongly. So strongly that he stayed there for the rest of his life. He was able to zoom out, go above that fear, which was very intense, and observe it from the perspective of the true self, and not be moved, and see through the illusion of it, see that fear was not true. And he did it so purely, so fully, that all fear dropped away. It's like, oh, well, all of it's gone. Because actually, from the perspective of that self, none of the dramas that seem to happen in this world and none of what you fear is real. And he just stayed rooted in that. So he just did it one time, and that was enough. But for most of us, it's over and over and over again. Your daily practice.
We get the little trinkets to get back into the web, doesn't it? The little sort of gifts of the ego, well, which is
So the ego tries to tell you in this, well, it's not all bad. You could make money, you could have a good special relationship, you could have pleasure, you could have success, fame, sex, drugs, rock and roll, whatever, floats your boat. It gives you these illusions to try and tempt you to stay in its thought system. But if you look at it, overall, is it worth it? If you zoom out from the spiritual perspective and you look objectively at the ego's thought system, how it plays out in your life and other people's lives, is it worth it? Do any of those little offerings that the ego makes, do any of them really make it worthwhile? That there's all this, the negative side, which we know so well, the darkness, the depression, the fear, the sickness, the physical pain, the suffering, the death. Does that compensate?
No, not
for
really.
all of this?
No, not for most of us.
And I think in anyone's right mind, you'd say no. It doesn't. It's just not
Not
worth
for
it.
most of us anyway. I mean, might be a few that might disagree, but yeah.
Well, it doesn't ultimately, because you could have pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is blissful forever, eternally. That's the standard. That's the alternative. Okay, there's no variation in that. There's no come down. It's like you're high all the time in the most amazing state you've ever been in this world. And that's just a glimpse of what that feels like, of what the state of pure formless awareness feels like. So you could be there eternally, or you could go on the roller coaster ride of the ups and downs of navigating in this world of illusion and try and make that work. Well, anyone in their right mind will go, that's like, clearly there's really no choice, is there?
No.
This is a dysfunctional world. It's dysfunctional by design. It's designed to cause pain and suffering. And really, the best I can do while I seem to be in it is just to let go of everything and remind myself that actually none of it's real, that actually there's just this pure formless awareness of perfect love that's real, and that's all that, all there is. And so, he's asking us to make that choice over and over again, not just in the major traumas of your life, but in daily life. Okay, so something comes up, you get a little, like you had an issue today with Dave, that comes up. Okay, how are you going to deal with it? There's only two ways: ego, psychological, and emotional attachment to your separate self is going to view that in a certain way. Oh, this is terrible. It's a disaster. Oh, fear. What's going to happen? What if Dave dies? Oh, how am I going to cope? And so on and so on and so on, and on it goes. Or the alternative is to say, okay, all of that is a load of nonsense because it's a separate self thinking and feeling, and that's not who I am. Actually, right now, I'm okay. I'm in my true awareness. I'm feeling peaceful. I'm feeling happy. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Those are always your choices. No matter what the drama the ego invents is, those are the choices of how to perceive it. And so we just have to keep reminding ourselves, especially when the ego comes calling. And I mean, what it does on the timeline is it keeps creating drama externally so that it triggers us into the psychological and emotional attachment that is where it exists. So it wants us to do that and get ourselves very attached to the self-concept and the timeline and time and space, and think that we really are a physical body and doomed to suffer and die. Does any of that make any sense? Does that make any sense at all? That you would do that to yourself when you understand that that's what you're doing? It makes no sense whatsoever, does it?
No, but
you can have pure formless awareness of perfect love. So the choice becomes obvious. You see it clearly.
Yeah.
And that's what he's trying to do with the text, especially. Okay, see this clearly. See the choice that you have to make. And then the practice becomes, okay, now you're going to practice it over and over and over again. And that's what the workbook's about. And if you keep doing that, you will transcend the ego, and you will raise yourself up into this awareness more and more. And in that awareness, you can live a happy dream. You can be happy, you can be peaceful, you can be loving, you can be kind. All these qualities come from that. And then that changes your perceptions. That's why it's a double-edged arrow, a double arrow on this, because it changes your perception of the situation, and your perception creates your words and your actions. And so you flow forward now in a different way. That decision changes your reality, and it starts changing the way you live and your experiences of life. And that's how you do it inside out. And that's how you live in an abundant state, and live the abundant life Yeshua talked about, by letting go systematically and progressively of whatever shows up. And so it's really simple. You just have to keep doing it. And not sway and not waver and go, oh, well, this isn't working. What the ego is going to try and get you to do is go off this path and say, no, that's not working. Try something else. Because it knows that this is working. It's going to undo it. So it's going to try and tempt you to go out of it and say, oh, well, no, that didn't work. I'll find some other practice or course or teacher or whatever. When it's just a distraction. It's like, no, just do the work. You have the truth. The course is the clearest exposition of the truth that I've found in the illusion. The truth exists elsewhere. It's not the only way, but it's very clear. It's very clearly stated. You're not going to find it more clearly anywhere else. It's not going to, exactly. It's not going to become easier anywhere else. It's like you've got to do this work one way or another. So you may as well do it, through this course, through this practice, and get it over with, and do it in this lifetime. That's what he's saying. And you're on track. You're on the path. You're here. you're getting through these difficulties, and they will, you will get through them.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
just
yeah.
because this power
Yeah.
is transcendent. This power, is the ultimate power in this
In all
world.
of it.
So
It's
it's
all of
gonna
it.
guide you to back into its awareness, and that's what the
Yeah.
Holy Spirit is doing all the time. And so it's a power that's much more powerful than the ego, despite the ego's seeming power. That is an
Yeah.
illusory power because it's not true.
Mm,
This is ultimately much more powerful. And if you start listening to it and honoring it, that power comes into your life and it gets
more
stronger and
frequently.
stronger, and the ego diminishes and gets weaker and weaker, and eventually it's undone over the course of your, the rest of your life. So that finally, when you get to the point where you lay the body aside and you die, your mind is clear. You're back. You're pretty much in this awareness already. So you're not really going anywhere. As Ramana said to his disciples, well, oh, Master, you're dying now. You had cancer. You're dying. Oh, and we don't want you to leave. He goes, I'm not going anywhere because I'm not a body. I never was a body. I'm just the same as I always have been. I'm just not going to have a body anymore. So he didn't really understand their distress. Well, he would have had empathy for it. He understood from the ego's perspective that they're attached to his physical form. So then they're feeling like they're going to be losing something when he's gone because he's no longer there, physicality. But actually, he's not. He's still absolutely there. He's just going into incorporeal. That his awareness will still be the same. So you go into this awareness once you've dropped all identification with the body, as he had, and you're like, well, I'll just stay here. I don't need to do anything else. I'll just hang out in pure formless awareness of perfect love for eternity and be eternally blissful. And this whole ridiculous illusion is just dropped away and ceases to exist. Well, that's what Yeshua's training us to achieve ultimately. But right now in your life, okay, just do what you can, let go of whatever's arising. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
And then the rest will look after itself.
That's
God
why I
will
like
take
the
the final
course,
step.
because I like the course because it's there where you're at. It's not putting pressure on and saying, "Oh, you're the special chosen one," because that just puts pressure on you. So it's quite nice the way it just just meets you at where you are, not where Charlie is or wherever is. It's where you are. Because I've had a bit of a fixation about enlightenment and awakening, and of course I'm getting further and further away from it by doing that.
Well, yeah. It's it's of course it's focused on the process of this. It's the process of doing it. The ultimate, okay, enlightened state that can just that can be pop. You can know about it. Yes, okay, there's pure formless one, great knowledge that's there, but he's saying the process of this in your life is to practice letting go every day, whenever you need to, whenever the ego shows up, you let it go. That's the practice. Okay, I can do that, and I can do that for the rest of my life. As long as my life lasts, that becomes my practice. That's the way I choose to live. And if I do that, I know that I'm doing what I need to do to ultimately awaken from the whole dream and go into this heaven, pure formless awareness of perfect love state for all eternity. I'm doing right now by letting go what I need to do to ultimately get there. So he's just saying, focus on what is practical in front of you right now in your life. And so it's a very practical course. Although it's talking high metaphysics, he's asking us to be very practical and just deal with whatever is showing up in our life in this, through this letting go, in the radically giving way by letting it go. That's how we deal with it. Okay. So we've done number 5, yeah? Did you read that?
Yeah. Where am I?
Okay, any other thoughts on it? You're happy to go to number 6?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, last paragraph, just so you know, and then there's just a summary.
Yeah, I'm just getting a little drop of water because I'm getting a dry throat there. Right.
Okay, I'll do the same.
Yeah.
I'll just
Give a little drop of lemon.
let me just turn on the light. But it's still light at 6:10.
All right, so the light it's
So
coming now. Same here. It's obviously it's getting
yeah, it's getting lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting lighter, and then they move the clocks.
Yeah. So spring's
Clock's
not
back, and then you get another hour.
Yeah.
Into the
Spring is
month
around
of
the corner.
7:07. Spring, summer, and so
Yeah.
that's just symbolic of spring is symbolic of the resurrection, the reawakening from the darkness of the winter of the ego.
Yep.
Into that. You probably don't notice as much in Tenerife because it's always kind of warm, but
Well, you still can get your different seasons here. Although January was very hot and so was February, but it's been winter now. It's starting to be a bit more winter now, a little cooler, windy. So we're getting winters more sort of end of February, March.
okay. For like a month or two, and then
Only a month or two, yeah. Oh no, I mean I certainly can't grumble. No, certainly not.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll see you in 3 weeks.
Yes, yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
We'll see.
See what the guidance tells you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so number 6, the branch that bears no fruit.
The branch that bears no fruit will be cut off and will wither away. The branch that bears no fruit will be cut off and will wither away. Be glad. The light will shine from the true foundation of life, and your own thought system will stand corrected. Pure formless awareness will shine from the true foundation of life, and my own thought system will stand corrected. It cannot stand otherwise. It cannot stand otherwise. You who fear salvation are choosing death. I who fear awakening am choosing death. And life and death, light and darkness, knowledge and perception are irreconcilable.
Irreconcilable.
Oh, there I'm up again. Anyway, you said it. Life and death, true awareness, unlimited awareness, knowledge and perception are irreconcilable. However you pronounce it.
Irreconcilable. So I said irreconcilable.
Yeah. To believe that you can be reconciled is to believe that God and his Son cannot. To believe that they can be reconciled is to believe that pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extension cannot. Only the oneness of knowledge is free of conflict. Only the oneness of knowledge is free of conflict. Your kingdom is not of the world because it was given you from beyond this world. My reality is not of this world because it was given to me from beyond this world. Only in this world is the idea of an authority problem meaningful. Only in this world is the idea of an authority problem meaningful. The world is not left by death, but by truth, and truth can be known by all those whom the kingdom was created and for whom it waits. The world is not left by death, but by truth, and truth can be known by all those for whom reality is extended and for whom it waits. So from the top.
From the top, an alternative.
The branch that bears no fruit will be cut off and will wither away. Be glad. Pure formless awareness will shine from the true foundation of life, and my own thought system will stand corrected. It cannot stand otherwise. I who fear awakening, am choosing death. Life and death, true awareness and limited awareness, knowledge and perception are irreconcilable. To believe that they can be reconciled is to believe that pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extension cannot. Only the oneness of knowledge is free of conflict. My reality is not of this world, because what it was given to me from beyond this world. Only in this world is the idea of an authority problem meaningful. The world is not left by death, but by truth. And truth can be known by all those for whom reality is extended and for whom it waits. So, it's saying about the branch that bears no fruit will be cut off and will wither away. But we have to be glad of this.
So that's the false, the false self concept, and its illusions will be cut off, and that will be pruned, pruned away from your mind. You just let go of that. As you come more and more into an awareness of your true self.
I'm just saying about, if you fear awakening, then you're choosing death. Because they're giving the two opposites, life and death, true awareness and limited awareness.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just not, they're irreconcilable.
Yeah. So if I'm scared of awakening and I shy away from that, then I'm choosing to die, because that's the alternative. You don't awaken, you die as an ego in a body. It's all pretty pointless. And when that old age and death comes, if people are not awakened, and I've observed it in my parents, not pretty. It's not a nice state to be in, because the physical body and everything's just deconstructing. And then what else do you have? If you think you're a body, it's a disaster. Your body's dying.
Of course. Yeah.
So it's not a, and then often I think the dementia is part of that, because the mind can't handle it. So it just kind of checks out.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're conscious and awake and aware, doesn't matter. The body's not who you are. So in fact, it's great that the body's going to finally be undone. You're going to transcend it, because you graduate. You don't need to be in a body. You just you're going into a state of pure formless awareness of perfect love for all eternity. Well, that's wonderful. Death is graduation day. So what's there to be scared of?
It's true.
But if you have no idea who you are and you've denied this awareness, then you're going to be you're going to be terrified as you get older. It's just very scary. Oh my God, everything's falling apart. I'm getting older. Nothing that I'm trying to hold on to in my life, has lasted. And now I've got death to look forward to. And it's scary. Like, what happens if I don't understand what happens?
It's scary, yeah.
God, like my body, if you think you're a body and that's all you are, you're a collection of body parts and neurons in your brain, then when the body dies, then you die and you cease to exist, and that's it. One short lifetime of whatever experiences, and then poof, pop, you're gone. Then death becomes very fearful. Unfortunately, no, that's not true. You can't really die. Your mind's eternal. It's not possible to die. You're an eternal being, and eternally you are entitled to pure formless awareness of perfect love for all eternity. I mean, isn't that a much happier?
Definitely.
A much happier thought.
Yeah,
I'm just a body, and I'm just gonna expire at some point, and the collection of neurons that is who I think I am. That's what scientific materialism says. The brain and the body that you are then just ceases to exist, and that's it. Game over. End of. When you're dead, and you cease to exist, and that's it.
It's not nice. No, not at all.
But how can that be true? Then where do you go to? How are things like near-death experiences then even possible?
Well, yes,
Astral travel, near-death, out-of-body experiences. How is any of that possible if you're just a body? Not possible.
Yeah.
So the evidence is overwhelmingly saying that no, that we aren't just a body. We aren't just a product of our brain function and our neurons. We're this eternal awareness, and we've forgotten who we are. This whole illusion of a separate self and this life and this world is just a forgetting of this awareness. It's a denial of this awareness. But you can go back into this awareness. Fortunately, you're not caught up in it forever. You don't have to keep going in this ridiculous illusion of time, space, and thinking you're a separate self, trying to make your life work. You can free yourself from it by just changing your mind, which is what this whole process is about of spiritual awakening. So awakening is the only way out of what is really a disaster. Otherwise, you think death, and the ego says, well, when you die and that's it, you don't exist. So your suffering is over, but that's not true. You'll carry on. Your mind is eternal. So if you've got all these false beliefs, those will carry on. And they will haunt you beyond the grave. And those false beliefs, which is your psychological and emotional attachment, or karma, as they call it in the East, comes back, and then that will cause you to reincarnate. You have to come back into a body, a separate self, and live out another bodily life in order to play out that karma. And you just keep doing that until you correct your mind and you return to pure formless awareness of perfect love. So you're on the cycle of birth and death, as they call it in the Eastern teachings. And you just keep going around and around, and all you're doing is avoiding your reality, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. You're spending all this time in an illusion, just desperately trying to avoid the truth of who you are. Does that make any sense at all? As he says, it makes absolutely no sense when you really look at it.
No, mad.
And that's why the ego's insane. That's why this world is crazy and doesn't make any sense. And never will make any sense if you perceive it correctly. Unfortunately, once you realize that, you can let it go. Okay, it makes no sense, so it has no value. You can let go of the entire system and be free. Hallelujah, finally. I'm actually, someone's telling it to me straight. I'm not trying to put a square peg in a round hole anymore and failing over and over. I can't do it. I've just got to realize the truth and let go of all of this illusory thinking and reality. It's really what all he's saying to us over and over, and all these lessons and all the text. It's the same message, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, but
Repeats it over and over, a different take on it, a different angle, different perspective. Yeah. But the reason why it's over and over and over again is because he knows that once is not enough, twice is not enough. It's because you're so deeply entrenched and fixated on this ego reality. You think that you're a body on this timeline. It's going to take a lot of mind training and reminding to help you to start accepting this and then practicing it. The acceptance of intellectually, the theory is one thing, isn't it? But then it's okay, I've actually got to apply it and I've got to practice it in my life.
That's the big one.
So that when the fear comes up, I can let it go and I can restore my mind into a peaceful state of awareness very quickly. Okay, that's another level. You've got to apply it and practice it. And that's the journey. That's what we're all here to do. Okay, so any other thoughts on number 6?
No, that's very clear. Thank you.
All right, so let's just summarize it. There's a page of summary.
Yeah.
Just read the summary, and then just comment on
Yeah.
like just key idea very briefly of each paragraph. So,
Yeah. I recognize that every belief system begins with either making or extending, both serving as a powerful foundations for the belief that guide my life. Despite the apparent strength of systems built on falsehoods, I understand that nothing extended by perfect love is devoid of power, emphasizing the importance of acknowledging this to help me break free from my self-imposed limitations. So it's just saying about just recognizing the belief system, and despite the strength of the thought system, it is actually lies. So we need to understand the perfect love and well, emphasizing the importance of acknowledging this to help us break free from these self-imposed limitations.
yeah, so we must, what he's saying is we must see the ego for what it is, and you must acknowledge that, okay, I have a problem here. I have a major perceptual problem because I've believed in a false belief system, and I've given that enormous power. So this is where I am. I'm an addict to the world. I'm an addict to my self-concept and to the world. Okay. If I can accept that and acknowledge it, then I can start the process of freeing my mind. If I'm in denial of it and I go, no, I don't have a problem. I'm okay. I'm fine. Thanks very much. I don't need to do any of this spiritual stuff. Not for me, because I'm okay in my ego. I'm fine. Then there's no correction that can happen, is there? The same way as any addict has to admit that they have a problem. They have an addiction that needs to be addressed. Otherwise, they can't begin the healing process. So that's really what he's saying. Okay, you're addicted to your self-concept in the world, to this false thought system, but acknowledge it and see that it has power. If you believe this, then it has the power to control your life. You need to see that. Because then we can go from there. Okay. Next one, I cannot undermine the authority of my mind.
Yeah, I cannot undermine the authority of my mind without deceiving myself, as doing so contradicts my awareness of the mind's inherent strength, which mirrors the invulnerable nature of perfect love. The concept of the devil illustrates the destructive potential of believing in opposition to pure formless awareness of perfect love, showcasing the futility of trading my soul for worthless gifts. So it's just saying we can't emphasize enough the true authority of the mind without deceiving ourselves. Our awareness is the inherent strength, which it mirrors the invulnerable nature of perfect love. So the concept of the devil says that it's a destructive potential in the believing in the opposition of pure formless awareness, and demonstrates its futility of selling the soul for worthless gifts. Yeah, the trinkets that we were talking about that bring us into the web of the ego, the nice holiday.
That's what makes it tricky, because the dark stuff, everyone goes, okay, that's horrible. I don't want sickness. I don't want death. But the good stuff, I could do things I like here, and there's all these illusions. Nature is a big one, isn't it? I could go into nature, it's all lovely, or a special relationship, or people get attached to all kinds of things, money and things money can buy, and the status, and on and on it
Hobbies.
goes, all of it. None of it really makes up for, all the difficulties and the pain, the pain of this world, the suffering, the sickness, the misery, the death. Does it justify it? No, not really, if you're honest.
No.
And so we all have to make that choice. If you wanted to, you can continue to choose these illusions and sell your soul for the worthless gifts of the devil or belief in separation. But saying that's not a smart move.
That's the worthless gifts, is a nice chocolate cake, or I don't know.
Yeah, whatever it is that attracts you in the world, that you think, offers you something. It's very temporary. Oh, I have the thing with worthless gifts, that it lasts. That's why they're worthless.
Mm.
Okay, it's very temporary. I have the experience, and then it's over.
Yeah.
So why did I value it so much if it's not permanent? They're just asking us to see this. Now, Lynn's back. Hi, Lynn. So if you want to read, we're just doing the summary of this. We've just done the
Hello.
text.
Right, where am I? Because I'm on a very small screen, remember? What's the beginning
Okay,
with?
can you read? Yeah. Can you read, or
Yeah, I can read. Yeah, if you tell me, sorry, where
I'll
from?
make it bigger. Can I make it bigger?
I can actually zoom it in anyway with my, on my phone I can do it with my fingers.
Right. Okay. Great.
So
so we are.
I cannot undermine.
No, we just did that one. The notion of separation.
Okay. The notion of separation, or the fall, is revisited, highlighting its temporal reality but eternal insignificance. The symbolic forbidden tree in the garden represents the impossibility of perfect love, setting up its extensions for destruction, which confirms the error in interpretations that suggest self-destruction as part of our purpose.
Okay. Does any of that mean anything to you? We've just obviously done the actual text, which you missed, but it's talking about the forbidden tree in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
That old biblical story represents the
Forbidden
impossibility.
fruit. Yeah.
Yeah, the impossibility of perfect love, the setting up its extensions for destruction. So the correct, this was ChatGPT that did this, so it doesn't always get, particularly if it's tricky like this. The correct interpretation of the symbolic forbidden tree in the Garden of Eden is that it is impossible for perfect love to set its extensions up for destruction. This is you actually had this in your personal. We won't go into the details of that.
Okay.
But that was what was like, hang on, that's not right. You said, I can't believe that. Perfect love doesn't think that way.
Yes. No.
I'm going to deliberately hurt you in order to give you a lesson. That's not how perfect love thinks, because it wouldn't be perfect love then.
No.
What perfect love does is it reinterprets the ego, which is destructive and malicious, and says, okay, well, the ego is doing all this crazy stuff and trying to hurt you to convince you that you're worthy of punishment and you are a victim, but actually it's not true. So you can let it go. So it's the counter. But the Holy Spirit would never say, okay, we're going to deliberately hurt you to awaken you.
Yeah.
No.
No, I can say, yeah.
Yeah. You see, it just reinterprets. It reinterprets whatever the ego does. It says, okay, that's the ego and that's what it's doing, but it's not true. And there's another interpretation of this. which can free you. But it doesn't need, it's not like, oh, well, the Spirit gave you a lesson. The Spirit caused the pain to awaken you. No, the Spirit just reinterpreted the pain that the ego caused. You see, but it's a subtle, but it's important distinction. Because if you make the Spirit do that, then you're actually saying, well, God is dualistic. God, knows about the illusion and is now going to give you all these horrible experiences precisely to awaken you. No. Because God has nothing to do with any of that. But God, Spirit, can reinterpret all of it correctly so that you don't suffer anymore. So it's always just the counter to the ego. And Spirit doesn't need to give you the lessons because the ego is quite capable of doing that. It gives you the lessons all the time.
Yeah.
So the ego is doing it, and then the Spirit just says, okay, well, given all of this, but you can reinterpret it. So this is I just wanted to point that out because you mentioned it, and it's actually you're just experiencing this in your personal life, in a relationship. But metaphysically, this is saying, well, it's actually impossible for perfect love to set its extensions up for destruction. So that whole idea doesn't hold water. And if anyone says it does, then they don't really understand perfect love. They're actually confused, and they're believing in the ego.
They're delusional themselves.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
They don't really understand perfect love, which is kind of self-evident from their behavior, because perfect love does not hurt anyone. Perfect love is only kind, blessing, healing. You might say, well, what about the lessons? That we have these harsh lessons, and then I woke from that. Wasn't that perfect love doing it? No, it was perfect love reinterpreting the ego and helping me to free my mind from it. That's what it was doing. So, yeah, no one really understands perfect love if they think that it could set its extensions up for destruction, because perfect love wouldn't do that. Which is why the idea that God, a loving God, would create this world is insane. How's that? How would a loving God do this to its extensions that it loves? I mean, no one in their right mind would put you in a world like this and think that that's a loving thing to do. Which is why it's all our own making. And he's saying there's nothing to do with pure formless oneness of perfect love. It's all of your own making. You made it up. You've enslaved yourself. And therefore, by changing your mind, you can free yourself. There's nothing to do with it. You're not condemned to suffer eternally for your apparent sin. This is all nonsense. It's just it's your own decision to believe in this thought system. That's the problem. Okay, so this confirms the error in interpretations that suggest self-destruction, and interpretations of the of this myth, because that's what it is, or of this story that suggest that self-destruction is part of our or God's purpose. Right, so that the traditional interpretation by, say, especially Christianity, because it's typically Judaism as well, it's the same Bible, interprets it as, well, we've now, God has kind of set us up for the fall. We've been punished because we didn't follow his will, and now we cast out of the garden forever, and we are doomed to live by the sweat of our brow, and ultimately to suffer and die. Well, it's a pretty dismal interpretation, really, isn't it? Oh, and this is supposed to bring us hope. No, not really. It's just sin and guilt, and we're all original sinners. You see, they say, well, we're all born into sin because of Adam's sin. This is the kind of traditional interpretation. But he's saying this is an error, because actually there is no sin, and that interpretation is just another error. God, perfect love, can't set its extensions up for destruction. We did that ourselves. We did it all ourselves. It was a very silly thing to do, but we can stop doing it once you realize the insanity of it. Why are you destroying yourself? And actually, you can't destroy yourself. You're trying to kill yourself over and over, but you can't. Look at the insanity of this playing out in the cycle of birth and death. You think you can make yourself suffer and ultimately kill yourself, but you can't, because your mind is eternal. So then you just recycle your mind, you come back and you do it all over again. Like, what are we doing? That's insane. Oh, it didn't work that time. Well, we'll just have another go and we'll do it all over again. And we'll go through this whole, illusion of a life and all the pain and the suffering and the drama. And then we'll die, but we can't really die. So we'll go and we'll do it all over again. We'll think we come back into another life and we'll do it all over again. We'll just keep doing that over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No.
It's just insane. You got to laugh at it. It's like, what the human story. It's just crazy. When you could have pure formless awareness of perfect love eternally. None of the drama, none of the pain, none of the suffering, just pure bliss forever. And you want to do that? Your mind, like, seriously? Yes, you're saying to seriously, do you really want to do that? No. Because he knows we don't really want to do it in our right mind, but our ego wants us to do that over and over. It's just committing harikiri all the time. Trying to kill us, but it can't kill us. But it'll keep trying.
No. Bit depressing.
Well, it is if you believe it, but if you see the insanity of it, you can just go, that's just total insanity. That's crazy. So I don't have to choose that anymore. I can free myself from it and I can go into the only alternative to this insanity is pure formless awareness of perfect love. There's only two alternative realities and two thought systems. There's not more than two, fortunately. So he's saying there's this or that. You make your choice. If you want to choose the ego, good luck, but don't expect to be peaceful, happy, or any of that. It's just going to be an ongoing disaster, and eventually you're going to die. And then that's not the end of it, because you're going to have to come and do it all over again, go through the whole charade again, and die again, and keep doing that over and over and over again. And he says, this is not the gospel I came to share. This message of this continuous cycle of death and disaster is not what he came to teach. He came to teach that you can free yourself from the whole cycle.
It doesn't make sense that we keep coming back but don't remember, though. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm the same with that one.
It's bizarre.
I think we remember something. It's not all. The ego can't completely obliterate. I mean, the ego is just it's going to try and kind of wipe the slate clean and go, okay, well, you're not going to remember anything, you're not going to know anything, and you're going to come back and you're just going to be clueless again. And then you're going to have to go through the whole thing again. And because you've forgotten everything, you're never going to be the wiser. You're never going to get out of the system. But that's not entirely true, because you do remember something. And so as you journey, if you've done this, and I can guarantee you've all done this many times before. Both of you have done this many times before, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here today.
Yeah, I know.
You've done it, and then something is like, hang on, like something's wrong here, You get to quite early in your life, probably, and you go, something's really not quite right with this whole thing, this whole world, is it? And there's this uneasiness and this disquiet, and like, it just doesn't sit. Something's wrong, and I don't really know what it is, because I'm so in the matrix that I don't really know what it is, but something's telling me it's not all right. And so that's the residual memory. You see, the Holy Spirit can never be completely suppressed.
But you never remember the skills that you learned from before. It just doesn't make sense. I'm sure I've been here loads of times, but
yeah, but maybe you didn't fully learn those skills. Maybe you didn't really master them, and so then you get reset and you come back in, and there's all this psychological and emotional attachment still there. That's the problem. That's what causes you to come back. Karma.
Some people experience past life, don't they? I've heard people have experienced. I haven't, I have to say, but I'm with Lynn there. I always get a bit confused with this coming around reincarnation. But yeah, I've heard people coming up with things that they've done. If they were in the Victorian times or in the war or whatever. So obviously,
yeah, some people do remember, so it doesn't all just always get obliterated. I mean, there's been some spectacular occasions of like people coming back. Like the one time this lady reincarnated, and her children from her previous life were still alive. And so she found them. She had this memory of herself on, I think it was the Isle of Skye. And she had this memory of her son going across to the mainland, and he'd do that for the day. He'd go and caddy, I think he was a golf caddy, and then he'd come back and she'd wait for him in the fair, and she'd be waiting for him. And so, like, how would she know that? So she then found her children, who are now grown up. They were in their 70s. She was in her 30s.
Whoa.
And she remembered that story, and she said, well, I remember, she said to her son, I remember this. And he said, yeah, that's exactly what happened. My mum used to wait for me on the I would catch the last ferry back after spending a day caddying, and you'd wait for me. And how would she know that? There's no possible way she could know that is what his mum did, because he hadn't written memoirs or anything, unless she had been his mum and had that memory. So sometimes people kind of pierce through the veil of time and they remember their past life. Most of us, we don't. But it doesn't matter, because you can know that the whole construct, once you have this perspective that I'm giving you here, you go, there's no point in that. It's insane. The whole thing is just a departure from pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is perfect and whole and complete. And that's really the only experience I want. Whatever happens here is just illusory, and it just doesn't make whatever illusions it gives me, the ego, doesn't make up for all the pain and the suffering and the drama, and eventually I'm going to die, that the ego entails. It doesn't stack up, does it? It's not a good decision to come into another life and have another life.
I don't want another.
No, but that's the choice. I don't want to come back. I don't want another lifetime. I don't want to be human anymore. That's the choice we have to make. Because if you still want it, well, of course, your mind will give it to you. Your mind will come back into another body by your own choice, and you'll have another life. Because that's what you chose. No one condemned you to that. It's your own choice. So God doesn't condemn us to suffer in a dream world. That's entirely our own choice. We just have to wake up from the insanity of that choice and make another one. So I choose to be in pure formless awareness of perfect love eternally, because that's now there's only sane choice. There's no pain, there's no suffering there. There's just pure happiness, pure joy. And imagine the most joyful you've ever felt in this lifetime. And then amplify that about 100 times, another 100 more, and then you're getting close to what it feels like.
Whoa.
Okay? Like, why are you scared of that? Why are we terrified of that? And we cling to the ego, which is a disaster. When you really look at, this is an average life of someone who's experienced, and there are people in the community who've experienced all of this. John, lost a parent in childhood. Major rejection by special love. Start of a marriage, divorce, loss of a job. There, you've had that, Lynn, twice.
Yeah.
And so, these are common experiences. Would you really choose this if you knew what you were setting yourself up for when you came into this world? You wouldn't. No, thanks. Someone said that's going to be your life, and you look at the last 55 odd years of your life, and laying you 60 odd years, and go, would I choose it? I was sitting in a state of perfect bliss. Would I choose to experience all of this?
No.
Exactly. In your right mind, why would you do that to yourself when you
No.
could just have perfect peace and bliss? So, now, our task here becomes to choose again, make the correct choice from this enlightened perspective. See it for what it really is. And whenever you let go, you're making that choice, you see. So people say, well, how do I choose God over the ego? How do I choose not to reincarnate? We'll just keep letting go of the ego's psychological and emotional attachments as they arise. That's how you do it. Because that takes you up into this awareness and out of this linear timeline and the separate self that's rooted on that timeline. So when death finally comes, your body's finally laid aside, your mind is in the corrected state. Your mind is already in pure formless awareness of perfect love much of the time. So it's no drama. All right, well, I'm already there. It's just the body dropping away. Oh, finally, it's more like a relief. It's like taking off Ram Dass said that his guide would say, it's like taking off a tight shoe. Death is like taking off at the end of a day, you've been walking around, you'll probably appreciate this limb, and your shoe's been a bit tight, and your feet are sore, and you take off this tight shoe, and you go, what a relief.
Yeah.
I can take off a tight shoe, and I can give my feet a good soak in a nice hot bath. Great. Well, that's what death is like when you're awakened. It's like just a letting go of this tight, restrictive shoe of the body that now no longer serves you. At that point when your body's ready to die, it's like it doesn't serve you anymore. It's just a restriction. The lessons are learned, hopefully, by that stage. Our job is to get ourselves into the right state of mind. We're rooted in pure formless awareness of perfect love. We've let go of all of our psychological and emotional attachments, and we're quite happy just for the body to be undone, the entire world to be undone, and to go back home at that point of death. That's the task, to prepare ourselves for that moment. So when it finally comes, you just graduate. It's graduation day. You graduate from the illusion and you never come back because there's no more psychological and emotional attachment to it, and the ego's undone. So you have to identify purely, perfectly purely with this pure formless awareness of perfect love. When you fully identified with that, so you're in this experience, then there's no more self-concept. Then why would you come back? If you don't believe in separation anymore, how could you come back and be a separate self if you didn't believe it? Would you see that?
Yeah, of course.
Not possible.
That's the whole point of why we're here, yeah.
That's why we do the work, to undo that belief in separation so fully and completely that when you finally die, it's no longer there. The belief's gone. The body drops away. So the last remnant of body identification goes when you drop the body away, and you just hang out in pure formless awareness of perfect love forever, all eternity. You're just in that state. Now the ego will struggle to get you will struggle to accept that and get its mind around that, because it can't really conceive of it, can it?
No, it seems too big an achievement.
Yeah, but it's just a perfectly happy state of mind, and there's no change or variation ever. Well, I mean, why would be scared of that? There's nothing to fear there. It's just it's perfect, and it's eternally.
It's not achieving
never going to change.
The only fear is not achieving it.
Yeah, but again, that's just another ego fear, trying to keep itself in business, because it's trying to say, well, why are you doubting this? Because there's another thought system that's more powerful, that's going to keep you in the illusion. But if this is ultimate awareness and there's nothing else, then how can you fear not achieving it? You already are it. How can you fear achieving what you already are?
Yeah, but I'm not feeling
But you
it,
are.
am I?
Oh, but you are. You just don't believe you are yet. But
No.
actually you are in truth.
Yeah.
So you just have to drop the disbelief. That's what this is saying. See? It's your own lack of, it's only your belief that's the problem. You
Yeah,
don't believe you
always.
are what you are. That's the whole problem.
Yeah.
That's the authority problem. You've given authority to a false belief, a false self-concept. You now believe that, and now that makes you doubt who you are. Go, oh, no, but you know, you're never going to get there because you're something else. But how can you fail to get where you already are? How can you fail to get to where you already are?
You know, you
can't.
can't fit. Oh no, God, it's
You can't fail. It's not possible because you are this eternally. So eventually, no matter what you do, Lynn, even if you went, okay, I'm done with this course, I'm just going to do whatever, I'm not interested in spiritual practice. You couldn't fail to eventually awaken. You still will get there one way or another. That just might be a harder way. You might have to suffer a lot
no.
to awaken. So that's not necessarily a smart choice. That's the way of the cross. So you're just going to go and be unconscious and do whatever, no spiritual practice, and you're just going to suffer. Eventually the suffering will get so intense that will cause you to awaken. But you would still awaken. It's whichever way you do it, it's inevitable that you're going to awaken. Because it's what you are. It's the divine purpose of the universe. If you choose to, you can delay it, and you're pretty good at that. We've all procrastinated and delayed our awakening for many, many lifetimes.
Yeah.
But eventually, we have to awaken because that's the divine purpose of our lives and of the whole universe. So then you don't need to fear it. It's like, well, it's a done deal already. It's just got to play out in time, right? So my awakening is a done deal, but it has to play out in time. So I need to be vigilant, and I need to do the spiritual practice to allow it to unfold. That's the correct mindset.
Yeah.
Because you could go, oh, it's a done deal, so I don't have to do any work. No, it's a done deal in this higher awareness, but in time, there's still a process to go through.
Oh God, yeah, I know that.
So, let me just get busy with that and focus my mind on this letting go process, because that's what's going to work. That's what's going to free my mind.
Yeah.
Simple. It's very simple. You just got to keep doing it.
No.
Just keep practicing the same letting go over and over and over again. That's all you got to do for the rest of your life. You can do that. Just
Yeah.
it becomes a way of life. It becomes a way of living. Okay, I live in the letting go. I live in the art of letting go. That's how I choose to live my life, and I choose
Yeah,
to.
it's what I said earlier. I've got to be disciplined. I've just not got into the discipline zone yet. I do. I go in and out of it, but I'm not in it at all at the moment. I'm trying, but not quite.
Well, it becomes like, well, the discipline is, well, what do I want? If I understand this, and I understand the only way I'm ever going to escape from this disaster of the ego and this cycle of birth and death that I've been going around and around in for who knows how many lifetimes, is this practice. Well, surely you have all the motivation you need.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I'm doing this for my eternal salvation. That's why you're doing it. So, okay, best I get on with it and use my life for what it's really for, and forget all the illusions, because none of those are going to work. You'll never find salvation in the dream world, no matter how amazing the dream can seem to be and exciting, but then it can also be scary, as you know. You'll never find
Yeah.
it here because this is false. You'll only find it within you. Then you can extend into the world. You can experience, let's say you love nature and photography. You can experience those experiences, but just bring your true awareness into it. And then that experience is enhanced. That experience becomes an even more amazing experience because you connected to your source. And it's being used
I think
for
that does happen sometimes, though. I feel pure joy sometimes when I'm out in nature and I'm seeing animals, or I'm out at night by myself and stuff, and I feel so peaceful. I feel happy and I feel peaceful. And yet, and sometimes in broad daylight, you know, I don't. So I feel the difference.
So the more you let go of the ego, the more that joy will come into every experience of your life, and it flows through into your life because there's nothing else. You've let go of the thought system of separation and unhappiness and misery and pain and suffering and death. You've dropped it. So what's left but joy? And then the joy comes through into all of your experiences. So this channel becomes wide open. The blue arrow becomes a wide open channel, and you become the done through. Yeah, the spirit is coming into your experience, and it comes in and through you into the world, and your experience then is a very expansive one. Happy, happiness, love, peace, joy. These are the experiences that you start to have. And so the spirit infuses every experience you have with its joy. So you're not seeking, you see the difference? You're not seeking joy in the experience. You bring your joy with you into the experience. And it's a subtle but important distinction.
You
Because if
mean
you
the
seek
joy is
joy in the
already there?
experience, then you're making the external world responsible for your joy.
Joy, yeah,
So you
okay.
are saying that's the illusion. When I'm in nature, well, then I feel joy. Okay, but then you're enslaving your mind to an illusion. You're saying I can only experience joy when I'm in nature.
Yeah.
Well, that's very limiting, isn't it?
Yes,
Rather,
problem
no,
when
I'm in
out there.
anyway. I'm in this joy and I experience it wherever I am. When I go into nature, it comes with me, and that joy is there in nature. And I feel it maybe just gets a bit amplified. But I'm not attached to this experience to bring me the joy, because the joy is within me and it's permanent and it's eternal. And my joy goes with me wherever I go. What was your essence statement? Was it joy? Or was it love?
I think it was love. I get joy. Yeah, love. Love's a bit trickier.
I am joy. We'll say that. I am joy. I am joy. I am joy.
I am.
Yeah, I am joy. Feel it. What does it feel like when you say I am joy?
Yeah, it feels warm. My heart's filling up again. My heart's felt empty and cut off, and really has.
So
I felt my heart
this is
go
the power of, this is the point of the naming of game. It brings you into your essence identity. It says, okay, you thought you were the victim and whatever, but I am love, or I am joy. And you feel that. And it's in the moment, very powerfully transformational. It connects you with your source in that moment. So now, if I am joy, and that's the truth of who I am, how can you ever lose that? If that's what you are. You can't, in truth, can you?
No, just cover it up with nonsense. Yeah.
You cover that joy over with a whole lot of false ideas that the ego triggers in you based on your illusions, your attachments to whatever has seemingly happened. Then you interpret it in a certain way, and then a whole lot of false thoughts and emotions arise, and the joy gets covered over. And then you're in the illusion, and you now struggling and there's no joy, and but actually the joy is still there because you are it. You just covered it over with the dark thoughts and emotions of the ego because you're still attached to something in form that triggered that. You still gave it the power to do that, you see?
Yeah.
So our job becomes, we'll cut the cords. This process of the objective world of your experience seemingly being able to affect your thoughts and emotions and your state of mind must stop. That's the practice. We've got to cut that and sever that so that this becomes the primary. You go, no, I can choose joy. I am joy, irrespective. And then I extend my joy in to the illusion. And I experience everything in the objective world in this joyful way. Because it goes with me and it infuses every experience I have. Then the experience, the joyful experience, just feeds back in, and you go, oh, well, actually, that just confirms that I am joy because I'm having lots of joyful experiences.
Yeah.
But you have to sever this connection for the ego. That the power that you've given the ego world to negatively affect you and dampen your joy and cause you any kind of mental and emotional distress, that has to go. And that's exactly what forgiveness or letting go does. It says, no, that has no power to affect me because I am joy. Irrespective of what happens here, I am still joy. If the illusion confirms your joy, then great. It's in alignment with truth, no problem. But I'm not joyful because of the illusion. I'm already joyful. The illusion just confirms that I'm joyful.
Yeah.
Do you
Because
see?
otherwise it can get taken away. Yeah.
Well, otherwise, if my joy is because of nature and I'm in nature, then okay, well, I can't always be in nature. Now I'm sitting at home, and then I'm feeling less joyful because, you know, you've defined that, you've said to yourself that joy is only possible when you're in nature or whatever the attachment
Yeah,
is.
no, it's not only possible. I could
Mm.
sit at home processing photos, and
Mm.
I feel joy. I love it. I've
Mm.
literally just looked at a picture from the other night, and I've actually caught the aurora. So,
Okay,
you know,
but do you see
it's
that's still
outside.
related to the experience of the photos, and there's a
Yeah.
connection. So can you be
But I was
joyful?
feeling joy when I was out there, when I was sat up on that hill in the pitch black on my own, you know,
Yeah.
in the middle of nowhere. No,
Yeah.
you know, if
Yeah.
someone, I felt peaceful and I felt safe and I felt
Mm.
joy.
Yeah.
But, you know, then at
And
some
so
point
that's
I went
always
out of
there.
it again.
That's
Sorry?
always there. You know, that joy
Yeah.
is there whether you're out in nature or you're not, whether you just, you know, sitting quietly in a house or you're building a website or you doing whatever. That joy
Yeah.
is always there if you allow it to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's only your own attachment to the illusion that sabotages that joy. That's the only thing that can do it. It's your own belief in the objective world of illusion, and you give it power over you. And yes, you're saying to us, well, you've got to recognize that, you know, this is the case. But this is it's my own attachment. That's the problem. And nothing else. Okay, so let's finish the summary. We're nearly done, 3 paragraphs, I think. The act of self-creating.
Is this me reading?
I think you read the last one, didn't you?
Yeah.
So Elaine, you can read the next one. Act of self-creating.
The act of self-creating, symbolized by eating the fruit of knowledge, diverges from the co-creation with pure formless awareness of perfect love, leading to misconceptions about my identity. This belief system, based on the illusion of separation, fuels a cycle of fear and defensiveness against the truth.
Yeah, so what's he saying?
Well, we're off about this eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge.
Which is creating, what he's saying is that symbolic of the act of self-creating. So I create myself, I make up a self-concept, and I say, this is who I am. Which is what the ego's done. That separates me from the co-creation with pure formless awareness of perfect love, from my oneness with pure formless awareness of perfect love. From my awareness of perfect love. From my pure formless awareness of perfect. Leading to misconceptions about my identity. So then I think that I'm something that I'm not, which is the whole problem. That's the authority problem. I believe I'm something I'm not. And this belief system, based on the illusion of separation, just fuels a cycle of fear and defensiveness against the truth. And, we've experienced that. We've all experienced that. Whenever I'm in fear, I'm defending against the truth. I'm saying, no, I'm not pure formless awareness of perfect. I'm this separate self. Okay. Happy to go on to the next one. I acknowledge the power and destructiveness of the belief in separation.
Me.
Let's say I acknowledge the destructive power. I acknowledge the destructive power of the belief in separation. It's the devil that denies my correction to the source has made me identify with. Okay, so read it. Read from the top. I acknowledge
the destructive power of the belief in separation, which the devil that denies my connection to the source has made me identify with. Yet I am reminded that my true foundation, extended by perfect love, remains unshaken by these illusions. As I journey back to acknowledging the truth, the fear of the destruction of my thought system parallels my fear of death, revealing the ultimate irrelevance of perceived separations and affirming that my true reality, which is rooted in knowledge and extends beyond this world, merely avails my full recognition and acceptance. I got a bit lost in that.
merely awaits. It's quite a long sentence, isn't it? As I journey back to acknowledging this truth. Okay, so that's the journey of awakening.
Yeah.
A journey back to fully accepting. That's really what the journey is. I don't fully accept this truth. The fear of the destruction of my thought system, of my
Ego, isn't it?
separate self's thought system,
Yeah.
parallels my fear of death. Is separate self's thought system. What's he actually said here? Let's just see the original. So the fear of destruction of your thought system. All the fear about what I make. And where was the fear of death? Parallels the fear of death. Let's search. I'll search on this. Search. Death. Yeah, there's no death. Yeah, this is the bit. So feel the fear of the destruction of my thought system upon me, as if it were the fear of death. Yeah. So as if it were is what he's saying. So page down. Yeah, the destruction of my separate source. Doesn't really make sense. So I will experience, shall we say, I will experience the fear of the destruction of my separate self's thought systems, if it were the fear of death. So we all feel this. You go, oh my God. I mean, I remember thinking to myself, this was about 10 years ago, I was going through some major drama and ego identification. And so it was just very intense time. And I remember thinking to myself, Jesus, this stuff's going to kill you. This course stuff. I'd been studying the course then for about 8 years or something. And but it started to really become very pertinent. And and then I laughed because I recognized that as the ego's voice. It's coming up saying, this stuff's going to kill you. Well, kill who? Exactly.
Yeah.
Who fears death? Only the ego, which is impermanent. The true self can't fear death because it's eternal. So the Holy Spirit came and said, yeah, well, that's the whole point. I knew the theory. Yeah, well, you die to the separate self, you're reborn in the spirit, bloody, bloody, blah. But when it's actually, the theory is one thing, but it's actually happening to you, then you go, oh my God, it's all collapsing, it's dreadful, it's terrible, I'm dying. But actually you're not. You're just your separate self is dying, which was never you in the first place. But it can feel pretty intense.
Absolutely.
Here's the fear of destruction, my separate self's thoughts from the fear of death. However, this fear is ultimately irrelevant. Ultimately irrelevant. Because my separate self is not real. So the separate self is worried about dying, but it was never real in the first place. So how can what is unreal die? Can't. So it's an illusion. So the death of the ego, the birth of the ego, the life of the ego, the death of the ego, it's all illusion because none of it's real. Because my separate self is not real. which confirms my true reality. Confirms my true reality. Confirming, shall we say. My true reality rooted in knowledge and extends beyond this world, merely awaits my full recognition and acceptance. So do you want to read that from the top?
Yeah.
I acknowledge the destructive power.
I acknowledge the destructive power of the belief in separation, which the devil that denies my connection to my source has made me identify with. Yet I am reminded that my true foundation, extended by perfect love, remains unshaken by these illusions. As I journey back to fully accepting the truth, I will experience the fear of the destruction of my separate self's thought system, as if it were the fear of death. However, this fear is ultimately irrelevant because my separate self is not real, confirming that my true reality, which is rooted in knowledge and extends beyond this world, merely awaits for my full recognition and experience.
And acceptance. Well,
Oh, and acceptance.
I'm just going to change that. Always when you change a word, why did you change it? It's always with.
Say again, sorry.
You changed the word from acceptance to experience. For whatever reason, your mind, subconsciously. So it's always worth saying, okay, well, why did I change it? Because maybe what we all avoiding is accepting the ultimate truth.
Yeah.
That's all that's required. Just acceptance. I am already that which I seek. I am already that. When you fully accept that, then you're no longer seeking it. You are that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's only when
You're
you
not
don't
fighting
accept
to
it,
get it back and feel it again. Yeah.
it still seems to be distant. So the acceptance, when they say in spiritual terms, acceptance, that's what they mean. It's not accepting the illusions, it's accepting the truth of who you really are fully, which means you must deny all illusions, because you can't fully accept the truth and also believe in an illusion, because they're irreconcilable. That's what he's saying. You accept one, you deny the other. That's the way it goes, and that's why we have to choose. So it merely awaits my full recognition and acceptance. It always is. It's always already there. This is what the course is saying. Any perennial philosophy teaching, which is all the true spiritual teachings of the world, says it's already there. You don't have to go and make it up or create it. It's already within you. You just have to accept it. And accepting it means you must deny the opposite of it, because you've invented an opposite. So the letting go or denial of that opposite is the acceptance of the truth. Again, very logically, it's very logical, isn't it? You've got two opposite beliefs, they deny each other. Well, when you deny the one, then you automatically accept the other, because that's all that's left. So this process is saying, well, just let go of what's false, and then you will be accepting what's true by default. And that will arise more and more in your mind and your experience. So you just cut away what's false, and then the truth remains, and the letting go is the acceptance of that truth. That's how you do accept the truth. Because people are like, well, how do I accept the truth of who I really am? Well, you just let go of what you're not. That's what you do. In the same way, Michelangelo, when he sculpted the David, he cut away bits of marble to reveal the David. He didn't have to create it. It was already there. He just had to remove what wasn't it to reveal it. It's the same process.
Took a lot of skill, didn't it?
Yeah, and it's a lot of, similarly, we need a lot of skill.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Reveal our true self. And very patient. He was disciplined. He didn't just
Yeah.
sculpt the David by going, well, I don't really feel like doing it today. What the hell? Like, I'm not going to go and sculpt for a
I'm gonna
week
go
because
look
I'm
for
going to.
birds.
Yeah, he went, okay, this is my task. He did the Sistine Chapel, which is even more. I mean, that's just mind-bogglingly
Yeah.
difficult. He painted that whole ceiling. Have
Wow.
you ever been there to the
No, I
Vatican?
didn't. It was too big a
No,
queue
it's
when I
just, I
went.
mean, it's enormous, enormous. He spent 10 years or something doing it. On upside down on his back, or I must have got horrible neck pain because he's having to. But that's commitment, isn't it? That's like
Yeah.
serious dedication.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, the same kind of commitment. You're going to chip away at the block of marble. If your ego is the hard block with all these rough edges, you've got to chip away and shave off. And it doesn't happen overnight. He didn't do that sculpture in one day. I don't know how long it took him, but it probably took him years to just chip away and refine and sculpt very skillfully so that your true self gets revealed.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. It's the art. It's an art of letting go. It's skillful.
Mm-hmm.
And it's learning those skills. And you do that by practicing.
Yeah.
Just keep doing it daily. And that like the sculptor does it. He's like, well, I'm a sculptor. That's what I do. I get up and I sculpt every day. You get up and you sculpt your true self every day. And
Yeah.
it's a work in progress, but it starts to reveal itself more and more, the masterpiece that you really are as you do that. And that's quite inspiring. That's a hopeful life. That's all you really can do in this world. It's the best you can do. All right. So last paragraph of the summary, and then just a key message. And we're done. So I recognize that my belief in separation. Elaine, if you can read that.
Yep. I recognize that my belief in separation, represented as the devil, opposes pure formless awareness of perfect love. Through understanding that my true essence is extended from the pure formless awareness, I perceive the need to return to this truth, overcoming illusions and fears that stem from my false perceptions of self-creation.
Yeah, so what's he saying here?
Yeah. Well, it's just saying about the belief in separation, and in the Bible it's got the devil opposes this pure formless awareness. So understanding this true essence, it's extending from pure formless awareness, and we need to return to this as soon as possible, because we can overcome all these illusions and fears through our false perceptions and self-creation. Oops, Dave's he's eating you're eating your dinner and you're rattling and rolling.
Well, we nearly finished, Elaine.
Oh, no problem. Well, we're nearly finished. We actually had some dinner while you've
Did you? Okay.
yeah, having a good chat.
Perceive the need to return to this truth. Overcoming illusions and fears that stem from my false perceptions of self-creation. Understanding my true awareness is extended from pure formless awareness. I perceive the need to return to this truth clearly. So overcoming, turn to this truth and overcome, let go of, maybe it's better. Let go of my illusions and fears that stem from my false perceptions. From my false self-concept that I have made up. Okay, so just read that again from the top.
Yep. I recognize that my belief in separation, represented as the devil in the Bible, opposes pure formless awareness of perfect love through understanding that my true awareness is extended from pure formless awareness. I perceive the need to return to this truth and let go of my illusions and fears that stem from my false self-concept that I have made.
My false self-concept I have misguided. So it's pretty simple, really. It's just a false self-concept we've made up. Let's just do the key message, because that'll summarize it hopefully in a nutshell. So Lynn, if you can read that.
I recognize that my belief in separation, symbolized in the devil, opposes pure formless awareness of perfect love. Through understanding that my true essence is extended from pure formless awareness of perfect love, I perceive the need to return to this truth and overcome my illusions and fears that stem from my false perception that I created of myself.
Yeah. So basically taking the last bit of the summary. It's really that. But I think it encapsulates it quite well. I've made the error of believing in separation.
Yeah.
But that's false. Belief in separation symbolized by the devil, and we can add in eating of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge. So all these things in the Bible are symbolic, and he's giving us the correct interpretation of them. It's really just the false. All of it is talking about the false self-concept that we've made up that denies pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
If you can see through the symbolism, you see that that's all they're talking about. But the symbols get, can get quite difficult, and people misinterpret, and then truth gets clouded over. There's many interpretations of these biblical stories, and most of them don't get close to the truth. He's just giving us that now. So you understand my true awareness is extended. My awareness is extended from pure formless awareness of perfect love. I perceive, I recognize my need to return to this awareness and overcome my illusions and fears that stem from my false perception that I created myself. Okay, just read that from the top again.
I recognize that my belief in separation, symbolized by the devil, and eating of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge opposes pure formless awareness of perfect love. Through understanding that my awareness is extended from pure formless awareness of perfect love, I recognize my need to return to this awareness and overcome my illusions and fears that stem from my false perception that I created myself.
Okay. So
yeah.
Just a summary, thoughts on that?
Yeah, our belief that we're separate selves are limiting us and keeping us away from pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Hmm.
And we're all just trying to get back,
Hmm.
back to feeling it,
The
back to
devil is
knowing
only
it.
your own belief.
Yeah.
It's your own belief in a false self-concept. That's the devil. So the
Yeah.
devil is within your own mind. But fortunately, the devil is illusory because that self-concept is false.
Yeah. Just fooling ourselves.
And so now, the job becomes to overcome your belief in that self-concept, which you thought was you. Okay, well, obviously that's going to be quite difficult because you thought it was you and your entire mind was consumed with the thought of you.
Yeah.
And now you've got to let go of that thought of you as a separate self and deny all that in order to accept this pure formless awareness of perfect love that then feels very scary to the little you, because the little you goes, well, what will become of me in this pure formless awareness of perfect love? Well, you won't exist. That's what will become of you. So then it fears death, as we've seen, but that death is false. That fear of death is false because in this awareness there is only eternal life. It's the very essence of life without opposite. Death only happens in the dream world, in the world the ego's made, and then death is seemingly very real. Because it's denied eternal life. So what could you expect from the denial of eternal life but death, and a reality based on that death wish, which is why everything in this world dies. The only answer to that is our true awareness that is beyond death. Recognize my need to return to this awareness and overcome my illusions and fears that stem from my false perception that I created myself. Okay, all of my fears are illusions. It's just come from my false self-concept.
Yeah.
And I can let them all go. They're not real, they're not eternal, no one's punishing me. It's entirely my own belief that is doing it to me. That can be hard to accept, but you see the freedom in that. Okay, well, if it's my own belief, then I can change my belief. I'm not doomed to experience all this pain and misery and suffering because it's my own belief that's doing it to me, and I can change that. So the taking of responsibility that I did this to myself is essential if you're going to change your mind. If you think it's someone or something else outside of you doing it to you, then you can't change your mind, can you?
No.
That's why the victim identity needs to be undone, because if you believe you're a victim, then you're saying, well, I have no power to change because it's being done to me.
Mm.
Yeah. So it's a very simple idea, but very, profoundly powerful. You accept this teaching as the truth, it'll undo your entire ego and the world it's made. And that's what the ego is scared of. Oh my God, the truth. Finally, that's why Yeshua said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Because the truth is going to free your mind entirely from the illusion and all pain and suffering. That's the promise. And all death. So just sit. I'll tell you what we'll do, just to close this with a little mini meditation. Just do a 5-minute meditation on the key message. Huh?
Yeah.
So just close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in. Breathing in the truth. And repeat these words after me. They're in the first person. So say, I recognize that my belief in separation, symbolized by the devil and eating of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge in the Bible, opposes pure formless awareness of perfect love. Exhale on the truth of that. It's a relief just to recognize the truth. It's the first part of healing. You must recognize the truth of what seemingly happened, your ego, the illusions you spun. But that's not the end of it, because as you breathe in again, through understanding that my awareness is extended from pure formless awareness of perfect love. So feel that extension of this pure formless awareness of perfect love into your mind right now. I recognize my need to return to this awareness. I recognize my only need. To return to this awareness. And overcome my illusions and fears that stem from my false perception that I created myself. My only need is to return to this awareness, to pure formless awareness of perfect love. So breathe in on that, just connect with this awareness. Just stay in this awareness. There's nothing else to go, nothing else to do, just be in this awareness for a minute of deep silence. So just anchor the state in. Nice, clean, clear, pure awareness. And set the intention to stay here. Stay in this awareness. The rest of the evening. And tomorrow, use the lesson, the breath break that I've sent you to help you do that. You just top yourself up. Listen to that breath break with a longer meditation. And just be vigilant. Your commitment from this moment onwards is to stay in this awareness. There's no other point or purpose to your life, but to stay in this pure formless awareness, perfect love, which is your true awareness. It's what you really are. So it is said, and so it is done. Amen. And so, very gently, when you're ready, open your eyes. Just look around you, up and down, left and right. Remind yourself that you see no neutral things, no neutral thoughts. It's only awareness, true awareness, or false awareness. So I choose to remain in true awareness. Always. No ways. Okay, so that I think brings us to the end of the session. There was 3 hours on the text. Wow, it's a long one. So thank you to both of you for joining.
Well done, Elaine, for being there for all of it.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
no,
Elaine's been here
no.
the whole time. So
Yeah, well, I didn't
So,
expect to be here today, so there you go. So that was a pleasant
Yeah.
surprise. I thought I'd be stuck in hospital all day, so there
Yeah.
you go.
well,
Surprise,
we made it.
nice little,
All
yeah,
good. So
yeah,
tomorrow,
it is.
tomorrow we could do an afternoon or an evening session. I don't mind. What's better? Evening?
Well, got work in the morning, and I've got to go to the hospital at 7:30 in the morning to get Dave sorted. So yeah, I think I should be back by certainly 1:30.
Mm. Okay. Lynn, what suits you?
Well, I looked at the weather forecast earlier and it looked like it was going to be nice in the afternoon. So I thought I was probably going to be out from the afternoon.
Okay. So why don't we do an evening session at starting at 6?
Yeah.
Is that all right
Do
for you,
that?
Elaine?
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I'm going to be pretty well done by 1:30. So yeah, so I'm fine. I'm flexible.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Lovely.
I need to do some shopping and stuff as well. So I've got to go out at some point and do that. So tomorrow afternoon's a good time. All right. So yeah, let's do 6 tomorrow and join again then. Practice in the meantime and just stay vigilant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just gonna be watching. Let me watch my mind, watch the ego. Whenever it comes up, you know what to do. Just let it go. Practice the lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Practice. Yeah. Thanks very
Thanks,
much.
Okay.
guys. Thanks, Elaine.
Bye.
Okay.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Lynn.
Enjoy
Good night,
it.
John.
Namaste.
Bye-bye.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Lynn. Okay, so that is a wrap for today. Thank you to Lynn and Elaine and John who joined, made the session possible. If you enjoyed this session, then why not join us? I run an open session, a masterclass every week. So you can go to theaolg.com to check that out and join us for one of our live sessions. Register for free on theaolg.com. The URL's below in the comments box on YouTube. You can also go to lifebuild.com. It's lifebuild.com to sign up to receive a daily message via Telegram, which has the daily quote and lesson, and usually a mini meditation or two that you can use to practice the lesson. Finally, if you haven't already subscribed to the channel and you enjoyed this content, hit the subscribe button and you can you'll be notified whenever I go live, which is 6 days a week. So yeah, I hope you'll take the next step, and I hope to catch you on the inside of one of these sessions soon in the masterclass. Namaste, which means the truth in me acknowledges and honors that same truth in you.